Good morning. This school board operational meeting of the School Board of Broward County, Florida is now called to order. Please all rise for the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. This school board operational meeting will be conducted with board members and staff participating via electronic communication. The meeting is also being streamed online for the public. Due to Broward County Administrative Emergency Order 20-01, public comments will be accepted on all agenda items in the following manner. Any person may present their live comments by attending the K.C. Wright Administration Building's boardroom at 600 Southeast 3rd Avenue in Fort Lauderdale, Florida 33301. In accordance with the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention guidelines, each person will be required to wear a mask as a face covering for their nose and mouth. Individuals are responsible for providing their own masks, and they are to remain at least 6 feet from other attendees upon arrival as they enter the KCW building and until his or her departure. Any person who submitted written comments regarding the noticed agenda items to Naomi Gutierrez, our supervisor for official school board records, at 600 Southeast 3rd Avenue, Fort Lauderdale, Florida 33301, or by email to publiccomment@browardschools.com no later than 2 hours in advance of the published time of the school board operational meeting. Anonymous comments were not accepted. Therefore, each written comment must include the person's name and address. As we do have a short agenda today, we anticipate the meeting will end prior to 5 p.m. Therefore, public speakers will be heard at the end of today's meeting. I share this with the public so that those who wish to share public comments today can make the opportunity to make necessary accommodations to join us at the end of today's meeting for public comment. So before we begin today's meeting, I would like for my colleagues who are participating in today's meeting to announce their participation. As I call each of my colleagues' names, please respond by saying present. Ms. Al-Hadaf.
Present.
Ms. Bartleman. Ms. Sprinkworth.
Present.
Ms. Good. Is Ms. Good with us?
I'm here, Ms.
Thank you. I thought you were. Ms. Levinson.
Here.
Ms. Murray.
Here.
Dr. Osgood.
Present.
And Ms. Rupert.
Here.
Okay, and I believe Ms. Bartleman will be joining us. She may not have just been able to join us at this moment.
I'm here.
And I'm here, Miss.
Oh, you are here. Perfect. Okay, thank you, Ms. Bartleman.
Someone knocked on my door. I apologize.
As we prepare to begin our school board operational meeting, we are reminded that our vision is to educate today's students to succeed in tomorrow's world. Our purpose today and every day is to achieve this goal. May the chair please have a motion and a second to approve the minutes for the following meetings. May 19th, 2020 regular school board meeting and August 19th of 2020 special expulsions.
So moved, Dr. Osgood.
Second, Rupert.
Thank you. Moved by Dr. Osgood, second by Ms. Rupert. Is there any discussion? All in favor of approving the minutes as listed, please indicate as saying aye.
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 Thank you. Those opposed say no. The minutes are now approved. Are there any changes to the agenda, Mr. Superintendent?
Yes, Madam Chair, we have the following proposed changes to the agenda. Item G3, personnel recommendations for non-instructional appointments and leaves for the 2020-2021 school year is a revised item. DD1, proposed audit plan for the 2020-2021 school year for the Office of the Chief Auditor. That's a special order item at 10:35 a.m. And additional information has been provided. LL3, concession agreement with the City of Coral Springs for food and beverage services at the Sportsplex. That is a revised item. And also like to remind the board that the attorney-client session for today has been canceled. Madam Chair, we have no further proposed changes to the agenda.
Thank you. And to Mr. Runcie's announcement, that those closed-door meetings are being rescheduled to next Tuesday. So the changes to the agenda proposed by the superintendent are accepted by the chair after being determined that good cause has been established for said changes. Actually, let me pause. We are anticipating that they will be rescheduled for next Tuesday. We are confirming, but they will be rescheduled. So the actual announcement of that rescheduling will be advertised. With that, may the chair please have a motion and a second to close the agenda?
So moved, Rupert.
Second, Osgood.
Thank you. Moved by Ms. Rupert, second by Dr. Osgood. All in favor of closing the agenda, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. So the school board will now consider agenda items in the following order. The school board will first identify any consent items, those are our single letter items, that are on the agenda that will be pulled for separate discussion. All of the remaining consent items that were not pulled for separate discussion will then be approved by consent. The school board will next consider G3, followed by any other G items that were pulled from the agenda for discussion. After G items are considered, the school board will proceed in accordance with the agenda's lettering system. The school board will consider any consent items, those are our single letter items that are pulled for discussion for a given letter, and then consider any open items, which are our double letter items, for that same letter. The meeting agenda has been modified to correspond with this order. So our next item of business is the consent agenda. This is the time that board members advise the chair of those items they wish to address. Subsequent to this, the chair will ask staff if any members of the public would like to have an item pulled, which has not already been pulled by a board member. All those items not pulled for separate consideration will then be approved under the consent agenda. For the following consent items, are there any board members that would like to discuss? So G3 is automatically pulled. Give me 1 second. Are there any other G items?
Yes,
Yes,
Ms. Corn.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
This is Ms. Good. I'd like G5 pulled, please, for a question.
G5, thank you. Any other G items?
Ms. Corn?
Yes.
Ms. Rupert? G2 for a comment, and that was it for the Gs for me.
Thank you.
G1,
Okay, Ms. Alhadeff? Thank you. Okay, so E items, E1 or 2?
E2, please.
Is that Ms. Rupert?
Yes, sorry.
Thank you.
E2, Aldef.
Okay.
E2
F1,
as well, sorry.
I'm sorry, E2 for Ms. Brinkworth. Thank you. F1,
I'm
But-
sorry, Ms. Corn, can you add me to E2? By the time you reach me, I may not have any questions, but if you can add
Okay.
me, thanks.
okay. Perfect. And then I have F1. Or I1,
Brinkworth for I1.
yep. And the J items, J1 or 2?
Aldef,
lastly-
J2.
I'm sorry, which one?
J2.
J2, is that Ms. Alhadeff? Any other for the J item? Lastly, our L items.
Oh, wait, I'm sorry, I was on mute. Can we go back? I need J1 and J2. This is Rupert.
Thank you.
Thank you.
J1 and 2, okay? And any L items?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Madam Chair, I'd like L1, please. Ms. Good.
Thank you. Perfect.
L2.
And L2, I'm sorry, I didn't hear the voice.
Alhadaf, L2 and L3, please.
Okay, thank you.
And Madam Chair, Brinkworth for L1, please.
Okay. Any others? Okay. With that, Mr. Moakman, did we receive any public comments for a specific item that has not already been requested for discussion?
Madam Chair, we did not receive any written comment on any item, nor is there anybody live at KCW to speak to any of the consent items.
Okay, Thank you very much. At this time, may the chair please have a motion and a second to pass the consent items that have not been pulled for discussion?
moved, Ms. Murray.
Second, Rupert.
Thank you. Moved by Ms. Murray, second by Ms. Rupert. All in favor of approving the consent agenda, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. At this time, board members will please identify the open items that they will be asking questions of staff. This will better manage staff's time by letting them know which open items we intend to address. So on the open items, we have BB1.
I need that, Rupert.
Okay.
I'm sorry, did you say BB or DD?
D as in
So-
dog.
Oh, DD, okay,
Yeah.
Alida, thank you, Ms. Rupert.
Ms. Corn?
1 second, please.
Okay. I'm sorry.
Okay, so I just realized my script is not updated. And so I was calling off of it, but we don't have BB1 today. So we have, but DD1. And that was Ms. Alhadeff. Ms. Rupert, did you want DD1 as well?
Yes, that's what I answered, yes.
Thank you. Any others for DD1? Was that you, Ms. Bartleman?
Yes, I do, but I also have a question. I'm sorry, I was looking through all the agenda items to pull, and I realized I needed L3. Can
That's
we?
fine. Yeah,
Okay.
so it was already pulled, so I'll just add you to the list.
Oh, perfect. Okay, because I was going through and not paying attention to what's that.
That's okay. All right, and so DD1, and how about EE items?
EE1, please.
And that was,
Ms. Bartleman?
thank you.
EE1, Alida,
Okay,
EE1, Rupert.
EE1, Brinkworth,
okay. And our LL items. Okay. Thank you. So at this point, we will now hear our committee reports. Our committee reports may have up to 5 minutes each. And Mr. Moquin, are there any committee reports this morning?
Yes, Madam Chair. Dr. Neesmith, can you please facilitate the committee reports?
Can I ask at this time that everybody mute their microphones? There's a little bit of background. That would be great. Thank you.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Mr. Rusty, board members. Madam Chair, would you like the person at KCW to go first, or those that submitted online, or who will be on the Teams meeting to provide a live committee report?
So why don't we take those who are there in person first? Then if you would like to read we can take the individuals who are online, and then we'll go ahead and read any reports that are remaining, please.
Okay, I believe Ms. Fusco, president of the Broward Teachers Union, is at KCW to provide a live report from.
Okay, thank you.
okay, you ready to go?
So good morning, Board Chair Korn, Superintendent Runcie, Anna Fusco, Broward Teachers Union, giving the union report for today. First, I want to start off, get it out of the way so I'm not emotional. The rest of the committee report, we lost a great unionist. You've heard me speak at a few meetings that I had a friend who went into the hospital with COVID-19. He lost his battle the other night. He died in the hospital alone with no one there to sit with him and fight for him and fight with him. His sister is a retired teacher at the Broward County Public Schools, a phenomenal teacher she was. Both of them strong, great activists for causes, most importantly, strong activists for great causes, and was a large supporter and advocate of the Broward Teachers Union and all teachers, whether new, old, retired. Great radical Jack Lieberman, I want to send out my total condolences to his family, his wife, his children, his sister. He was a great big brother. The world actually knows him. Definitely Broward County knows him. You know him as Jack Lieberman. So those of you that have heard his name, you know that he was only representative of greatness for our educators, for our students. He fought with them after the MSD tragedy for their rights. He fought for teachers. He fights for unionism. He fights for all causes. So I just would like to give that announcement here in all due respect for such a great man, great person. He's left an empty hole in my heart. I've known him for over a decade, and he has just been an inspiration to me, to myself personally, and our Broward Teachers Union. So I'm going to move on into our committee reports for the Broward Teachers Union. I have noticed that our teachers,
Dr.
and our
Neesmith,
support staff,
can you ask her for a moment?
ESPs, our technical support staff.
Madam Chair, that would have to come from KCW, so we can pause for time.
Ms. Fusco, could you stop her time, please? Ms. Fusco, I'd just like to ask for a moment of silence on your behalf. So if we could just stop the clock so that we can have a moment of silence.
She's requesting a moment of silence on her behalf.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Fusco.
Thank you for that. I'll compose myself real quick. I would like to speak on behalf of our educators, our support staff, everyone that represents in the Broward County Public Schools and our bargaining units with TSPs, ESPs, and teachers. They are going above and beyond, making sure if technical difficulties do happen, if our parents seem to be unhappy, if our students are getting stressed, that they are working overtime above and beyond to make sure that this remote e-learning, distance learning platform is working to its best of its ability and with the most fidelity that they are seeing fit. We cannot say that support personnel in the district, whether they're directors or cadres, anybody administrative, they are doing what they need to do to get things done also, so they need to be commended also. But we cannot forget the strength and the backbone of our 14,400 teachers, our 3,000 ESPs, and our 500 technical support personnel in the Broward Teachers Union, which represents 18,000 of the employees that are making sure that this platform is working hard. No matter what's going on with the internet, we saw that Palm Beach and Dade started yesterday. Unfortunately, Dade had some serious technical difficulties, which we all have to understand that we cannot control the open worldwide internet. Things happen. But I also saw in their county, their teachers figured out things to make it work the best that they can without having the internet all day. So it's a challenge, it's a task. But just let it be known that our educators are doing what they need to do beyond their contract hours. Whether we agree or disagree that anybody should work past their contract hours, our teachers agree that they need to meet the needs of our educators. Of course, compensation would be needed. This is what I'm going to jump into. We've been asking for months, since July, when the referendum money was established of what the dollar amount would be, and it's in the hands of the Broward County Public Schools. It's not in the hands of the Broward Teachers Union. Truth matters. So I would like you to understand that we've been negotiating to get the referendum funds distributed throughout all of our groups. We have put forth good negotiations. We've come forward with good faith. We were expecting a closed door session for you guys to have it happen today so we could move forward. And I'm hearing whatever closed door session you might have had, whatever it was for, was not happening. We have to wait minimally till September 8th. So teachers who would have been, all support staff would have been expecting this extra dollar amount in their paychecks this Friday. Now we'll have to wait till maybe a month out because there's a process that has to happen. Agreement, ratification, voting, coming back to you. So I need you guys to move forward on this, that it's been in your hands. the referendum money's been in your hands. If you can move forward, that would help out. Thank you for the time.
Madam Chair, I believe we have a report from Rocco, our student advisor. And I think Rocco may be online or should be online to provide the report.
Perfect, thank you. Let's see. Rocco,
Yes.
are you with us this morning?
Yes, that's both me and Gianna Alleman, our student advisor.
Perfect, it's all yours.
Hi, thank you for allowing us to give this report. Our Broward County students are doing a great job at adapting to virtual learning despite minor expected issues occurring. We had our first Broward County Association of Student Councils meeting where we came together to discuss how to put on projects during this online period. Lastly, students are working on voter registration drives in an effort to increase voter participation, especially in young people. Now Rocco will give the final comments.
So at the BCASC meeting last week, we also elected students to serve on the Superintendent Student Advisory Commission, and we are currently working on appointing students to committee roles.
Perfect.
And that's our report.
Thank you both very much.
Thank you, Rocco and Gianna. Our next report comes from Dr. Natalie Lynch-Walsh, the chair of the Facilities Task Force.
Good morning. This is Natalie Lynch-Walsh, Chair of the Facilities Task Force. The Facilities Task Force held a special meeting on Thursday, August 20th to discuss the RSM roofing analysis, the program manager's current status, the DEFP, particularly as it relates to reserves, capital program reporting. Most of our time was spent delving into issues surrounding RSM observation number 8 and related recommendations to determine the facts prior to any board directives or actions based on incomplete information. Highlights of the discussion included the following. The correlation between lack of planning and lack of program management and the RSM observations. The district's roofing assembly includes a temporary roof to protect the contents and inhabitants of buildings being re-roofed. This is not necessary in new construction. Yes, currently only one membrane manufacturer, Suprema, has an NOA for the entire assembly, but the assembly was introduced to industry professionals at a 2015 roofing symposium regarding new roofing specifications, warranties, and MWBE certification and pre-qualification. And those standards and warranties were adopted in 2017 by the district's Design Standards Committee. These are the people that you guys hire to make sure your roofs are going to last. The local authority having jurisdiction, i.e. the district's chief building official, enforces the use of the district's one NOA roofing assembly because it meets Florida Building Code for re-roofing assemblies. They are not currently of the opinion that multiple NOAs meet Florida Building Code. As the Broward Schools local authority having jurisdiction, the chief building official is not obligated to adopt Miami-Dade standards, but is obligated to uphold Florida Building Code and district standards. It is unclear whether any of the other NOAs or combination of NOAs alluded to in the RSM report or mentioned as alternatives by Terracon actually meet Florida Building Code. However, if a designer, a roofer, the Office of Capital Programs, or HERE, or I guess for that matter, the board, wanted to challenge the authority having jurisdiction, then they would request a DEC from the Florida Building Commission, which tends to side with the local authority having jurisdiction. It was also unclear whether the list of exclusions listed on the system rider rendered the system rider null and void, or whether proper maintenance and repair, which has been lacking, would provide the rider as well as the warranty, would preserve the rider as well as the warranty. It is our understanding that risk management was seeking further clarification. It is possible Maximo might be able to provide some of what ISS does. ISS is the building department's internal system. However, the building department confirmed that they were not included in the planning process that resulted in Maximo being selected and implemented as the district's asset management system. Items on this week's agenda, we meet on Thursday, include the following. Big 3 update. This includes Blanche Ely's wheelchair lift. And for the big 3 overall, issues impacting slippage and an action plan to turn around the schedules at those schools. Deerfield Beach's bid versus the project budget, why there was such a huge difference. Bear Middle School and the EDDC 5 pilot projects. The DEFP slated for approval today, and doesn't appear that the district plans to fully appropriate project budgets based on Atkins' total projected project budgets. There's a difference between what's needed and what's actually in your SMART reserves. Continued review of the onboarding of ACOM and transitioning out of CBRE HERE, including mobilization status, performance metrics, and staffing. Continued review of the cost and program controls manager solicitation, continued refinement of the capital programs reporting provided to FTF to better assist the group with monitoring program and project progress. And we'll be looking forward to the Audit Committee meeting on September 14th to review the RSM roofing analysis. We're going to be going over the questions that I submitted for staff responses and the impact, if any, of the observations on AECOM's mobilization plan and scope of services. And finally, we're going to note that the statewide prosecutor filed a petition asking for a 6-month extension of the term of the grand jury, which would extend its work until about April 2021. Thank you, and that is it.
Madam Chair, our next report comes from Debbie Espinoza, who's the chair of the District Advisory Council. This was the last submission.
Thank you.
Good morning. Good morning, board members, Superintendent Runcie. My name is Debbie Espinosa, and I'm the chair for District Advisory Council this year. I'd like to give you some updates on advisory. We've been working very hard over the summer. We've been on numerous committee meetings, and I'm tired of attending Teams meetings. They're not the most fun, and I get a headache. So I empathize with you guys. We have had a DAC meeting, and area meetings are scheduled, and elections will be held. All area officers have remained in their current positions and will do so until the elections. On May 19th, 2018, District Advisory presented to the school board recommendations for improvements and updates to our schools' websites. 2018, that was 2 years ago. Presently, not much progress has been made. These recommendations were developed through a subcommittee of District Advisory Council. They were then vetted into through each area, north, south, and central, and then taken back to school sites through staff chairs. Again, 2018. When we are in a time where we are virtually dependent on websites for disseminating information, it would be very important if information was up to date, current, and valid on each school's websites. I did a little investigating of my own. On August 17th, there were 13 high schools that did not have a current, accurate e-learning bell schedule available on their websites. I did not call the schools. I clicked around. If I couldn't find it immediately, I clicked around about 5 or 6 different places that I thought it should be, and it was not there. That is an example of information that is not available on school websites. We have grandparents, other family members, and learning pods that are now responsible for children's academic progress. That's who's monitoring and supervising. But these people do not receive any parent links because they're not listed as the parent to receive information. It would be wonderful if they could go to the school's website and get information there. I don't get parent links from, say, I'm in the Cooper City zone from Pioneer, but I get asked many questions as a zone rep and as the South Area chair. So, but I don't know what's going on at that school because I don't get the parent links. So parent links go to a very specific group, which is fine, but we are at a time where we are asking others for this information. Here's some examples of outdated information. On some of these websites, there's no link to, and this has been remedied, but when I looked through it, there was no link to how to report an attendance and absence. So there was no link to report it via email. Schools have school policies listed on their websites. Schools do not have policies. We have district policies. If information was available on every school's website, every school, every person, regardless of where they attend school, would have the same information. MacArthur would have the same information as Piper. There was a website governance committee established to address these issues. They meet for 1 hour once a month. Carolyn Crone sits on that. So there's not much progress. They're making great progress in the times that they're allotted, but 1 hour once a month is not sufficient. And then who monitors the information once it's supposed to be on the website? Why is I, as a volunteer, was able to find out that 13 schools, high schools, I didn't check middle and elementary, 13 high schools did not have a bell schedule up. I find that very interesting. Reopening meetings. We had reopening meetings prior to our going back to school, but parents have numerous questions that I don't know how to answer them, such as service hours. What are we doing for students with service hours? There's nothing on websites that talks about that. I have emailed Mr. Sarah's office asking that they come up with some type of a one-pager of what opportunities and what impact is out there right now.
Ms. Espinosa, you're muted. Can you unmute? So
You're
you
muted.
All that was muted?
No, not all of it. Just
the
maybe your
last 20
last sentence. No. It was just
Okay.
at the very end. I grabbed it.
So with the reopening, what happened? What's the impact of Bright Futures? This information parents are having to dig for, and if it's even out there and current. I do want to say, I don't know how much time I have left, but I do want to say I have been amazed at what our teachers have done in this e-learning experience. The difference from the end of last year to this year has been remarkable. And there are some complaints, but overwhelmingly it has been that our teachers have embraced this and have just really run with it. And I have one child left in the system in 11th grade, and his teachers have been phenomenal. So a shout out to those teachers, and I'm very pleased. So
Thank you, Ms. Espinosa.
Okay, have a great day.
Thank you very much.
Bye-bye.
So through the
Yeah,
chair,
Ms.
if I could just.
Runcie, if we can speak to the information sharing part, because that was really the core of the
Yes,
conversation.
I was gonna ask if Ms. Espinoza, you could just email me your comments today. I think there's some good things in there that we need to follow up and provide questions to, and I'll work with staff to make sure we get that. And also we have, again, our parent university coming up next week, which we hope to be able to also provide information and address some of those questions. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you. And I certainly will, Superintendent Runcie. Bye-bye.
No, thank you. And Mr. Runcie, if we could, I think it would behoove us to have a point person at the district level. We identify some of the critical information that should be on every single school's website in an easily accessible area, and that we have someone at the district go through and just quickly look at each site to ensure and assist schools to make sure that information is there. That would be ideal, and I think we could do that quickly.
Yes, I'll work with staff, maybe someone in Dr. Wands' office or so to identify someone who can actually do that for us.
Thank you for jumping on that so quickly. Dr. Neesmith, our next report.
Madam Chair, our next report will come from Mr. Bob Marison, who will give a committee report, an audit committee report relative to item DD1.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, Mr. Marison, go ahead.
All right. Good morning, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, school board members, Superintendent Runcie. I'm pleased to provide you with the annual report of the Audit Committee for the 2019-2020 fiscal year. My name is Bob Marison. I am appointed to the Audit Committee by the District Advisory Council. I've served on the Audit Committee for the past 7 years, and most recently on August 13th, I was elected to serve as chair. Professionally, I own and operate a food brokerage firm. Publicly, as you all know, I currently serve as the Vice Mayor of the City of Parkland and the Secretary for the Broward League of Cities. My work with Broward County Schools has included Chair of ESC Advisory, Vice Chair of the District Advisory Council, Vice President of the Broward County Council for PTA, PTSAs, and one thing that I must say is I'm very proud to receive the Centennial Champion for Students Award. As I address the school board, I'd like to emphasize that the role of the Audit Committee is to assist and advise the school board of Broward County and the superintendent in matters pertaining to fiscal management of the district. The Audit Committee is advisory in nature, and our recommendations to the school board and the superintendent are provided in writing through our formal motions as well as our discussions documented in the committee's minutes. I strongly urge all of you to read the minutes of each audit committee meeting. By doing so, you readily see the value of the contributions of your appointees to the process. Please also communicate frequently with your audit committee members to provide them with feedback and to provide them with your input. Your audit committee members are an extraordinary group of people. They are community and business leaders who voluntarily share their insight and the strength of their experience and knowledge to assist in improving the efficient and effective operations of the district. We certainly have some lively discussions. Mr. Runcie and his cabinet members and district management and staff attend our meetings to address audit committee questions in the areas of their responsibility. They also participate in discussions that increase our shared understanding of the needs of the district. I would like to just take a moment to recognize some of my very distinguished colleagues on the audit committee. First, Mr. Andrew Medvin. Mr. Medvin was elected as the vice chair of the committee. He is appointed by Ms. Levinson, and he served the committee since 2011. Mr. Moses Barnes, he is the immediate past chair of the audit committee, was appointed by Dr. Osgood and has served since 2012. I just want to take a minute and thank Mr. Barnes for his leadership on behalf of the audit committee. Over the past 2 years, Mr. Barnes has served as chair, and it's never easy to keep 11 A-plus personalities in line, but Mr. Barnes was able to do that. His keen sense of when to let us go and when to reel us back is a skill set that I think all of us admire and appreciate, and I anticipate that Mr. Medvin and I will look for advice from Mr. Barnes, his wisdom, at several upcoming audit meetings. We also have Ms. Rebecca Dahl. She is appointed by Ms. Bartleman. She's served since 2018. Mr. Anthony DeMeo was appointed by Ms. Korn. He served since 2009. Ms. Hagan Dish, appointed by Ms. Aladef. She has served since 2019. Ms. Mary Fertig, appointed by Ms. Good. Ms. Fertig has also served as chair of the audit committee, and she has been on the longest tenure of our committee, serving since 2007. Mr. Michael Gauchi was appointed by Ms. Brinkworth and served since 2020. Dr. Natalie Lynch Walsh, appointed by Ms. Rupert, has served since 2015. Ms. Connie Poe, appointed by the superintendent, Mr. Runcie, and has served since 2019. Ms. Shaw was appointed by the Broward County Council of PTA, PTSAs. She served since 2017. And Ms. Stephanie Shim, our newest member, who was appointed by Ms. Ann Murray just prior to our last meeting. I'd also like to acknowledge the former Audit Committee members. Mr. Brendan Barry was appointed by Ms. Brinkworth and served from 2014 to 19, and Ms. Stacy Kotzen, who was appointed by Ms. Ann Murray, and she served from 2018 to 2019. I would also like to acknowledge the Office of the Chief Auditor. Mr. Jaboan has been the district's chief auditor since June 2018 and has brought 28 years of audit experience to the district, including 18 years as chief audit executive with governmental, public traded, and private organizations. Mr. Jaboan and his team consistently do a great job of providing audits and recommendations to improve many physical and operational issues of the district. The Office of the Chief Auditor performs at the highest professional level. They assess fiscal activities, vendor contractual requirements, payroll, district schools, charter schools, grants, facilities, and the operations of the district. The auditors provide assistance to the district assessing internal control procedures and give recommendations for improvements. The Office of the Chief Auditor has saved the district millions of dollars over the years. The Office of the Chief Auditor is responsible for assessing if operational standards have been established for measuring economic and efficiency, and if those established operating standards are understood and being met, to be sure that corrective action has been taken. The Chief Auditor works closely with external auditors such as MSL and Sean Davison Associates, and with the staff of the Florida Auditor General's Office and the staff of the Florida Inspector General's Office, as well as outside regulators. They also researched and responded to multiple Audit Committee requests. The Audit Committee met sometimes during the fiscal year of 2020. During our meetings, we received audit reports that were transmitted to the school board and the superintendent as follows. We had 5 property and inventory audit reports covering 26 schools and 68 departments prepared by the Office of the Chief Auditor. As a result of performing this work, the Office of the Chief Auditor has started working with different divisions on an inventory improvement initiative. 3 internal fund audit reports covering 54 schools prepared by the Office of the Chief Auditor. 1 internal funds audit covering 21 schools prepared by S. Davison Associates. The Comprehensive Annual Financial Report, also known as a CAFR, which includes audited financial statements for the fiscal year 2019, performed by MSL. MSL also performed the Independent Auditor's Management Letter ending June 30th, 2019, the Independent Auditor's Internal Control over Financial Reporting and Compliance on other matters for fiscal year 2019, and the Independent Accounting Report for fiscal year 2019. The audit of P-cards, or purchasing card processes, prepared by the Office of the Chief Auditor. Peer review of the Office of the Chief Auditor, prepared by Cummings and Grayson. The audit report covering the Recordex purchases that was prepared by HCT. 3 reports by RSM covering the Smart Bond program management, as well as another report on CSMP and RFQ. The single audit covering expenditures of federal awards prepared by S. Davison Associates. And finally, the Chief Auditor report summarizing the projects, initiatives, and follow-up work of the Chief Auditor and his staff. The Office of the Chief Auditor monitors the follow-up and the clearing of audit exceptions and advocates that the necessary support and resources are made available to correct audit findings.
Mr. Mayerson?
Yes.
I'm so sorry to interrupt you. Our committee report period, as you know, is 5 minutes, but what you're sharing with us would also be relevant as we're moving forward and you're providing the committee report, the audit committee's information for our DD1 item. Would you mind pausing so that we can actually move the item and then I can ask you to continue with your comments?
Sure.
Okay, thank you very much. I just want to make sure, Dr. Neesmith, we do not have any additional public comments, correct? Committee reports, correct?
Madam Chair, we have no additional committee reports.
Wonderful. So with that, if I could ask my board members to please move DD1.
So move, Rupert.
Second, Osgood.
Moved by Ms. Rupert, second by Dr. Osgood. So with that, before we have Mr. Jabon to share his opening comments, I would ask if Mr. Mayerson, through our audit committee, could continue with his comments. Thank you, Mr. Mayerson.
Mr. Mayerson, you need to
You're
unmute.
muted.
Okay, now you can hear me. All
Yes,
right.
thank you.
The Office of the Chief Auditor monitors the follow-up and the clearing of audit exceptions and advocates that the necessary support and resources are made available to correct audit findings. The proposed audit plan for the fiscal 2020-2021 was presented to the Audit Committee on August 13th by the Chief Auditor and is being presented here today to the school board as item DD1. We believe that it provides coverage of existing and emerging risks facing the district for the 2021 or 2020-2021 fiscal year. The proposed audit plan is based on risk assessment process of the Chief Auditor. It includes required audits per Florida statutes and school board policies, as well as operational audits of various district departments. Information technology, charter schools, and regulatory areas will also be reviewed. In addition, the Office of the Chief Auditor will perform audit work evaluating school compliance with district student disciplinary and behavioral threat assessment requirements and the Student Code of Conduct, as well as follow-up on the findings of Florida Auditor General. The proposed audit plan also has significant amount of administrative projects that are fundamental to the Office of the Chief Auditor's success. Some of these projects, such as I discussed before, the Inventory Process Improvement Initiative and the analysis of charter school financial statements and preparing for the upcoming Auditor General audits, will take considerable amount of time. It's an ambitious audit plan that will require significant efforts from the Chief Auditor and his existing team and the cooperation of all district staff. The plan assumes that the Office of the Chief Auditor team will remain intact. Any unplanned audits or issues or staff departures will adversely impact the proposed audit plan. The Audit Committee's areas of concern are as follows. The committee understands that the district is currently under a hiring freeze. We will monitor that situation, but we ask the school board to augment the Office of the Chief Auditor staff with a director level addition to the staff as soon as it's financially feasible. And if you can move forward at least with a job description, that would be greatly helpful to obviously get that moving forward. The division is the only one that does not have a direct level position under the chief. Many required administrative and supervisory and review tasks are done by directors at other departments and cannot be done within the Office of the Chief Auditor. Improved reviews and in-house coaching, training, and development of junior auditors can be performed better. We will monitor the district's finances and will return at a future meeting for this request. The Office of the Chief Auditor plans to perform increased IT and audit work. Although the Office of the Chief Auditor already has funding for outsourced IT services, we encourage the board to approve additional funding for IT coverage if it is required. We also ask district management and staff to follow the recommendations of the upcoming inventory process improvement projects. This project is a key to put an improvement process for inventory management. We also ask district management and staff to provide timely response to audit inquiries that will allow for audits to be completed faster. We ask the superintendent and his cabinet to prioritize audit requests from the Office of the Chief Auditor and the external auditors and regulators. We also need to see improvement in the quality of certain management responses. We're grateful for various departments in addressing various audit findings throughout the year. This year, we'll be further emphasizing that the audit responses address the issues noted, that the dates for corrective action be reasonable and not too far in the future. One thing that I'd like to recommend to everyone, board members, superintendent, and district staff, is the reading of the Checklist Manifesto by Atal Gawande. This book is essential reading for anyone working to get things right. And while these items appear as concerns in our annual report, I emphasize that we are aware that the district is dealing with the impact of the pandemic and that the district staff is working diligently to overcome those and other challenges, but communicating our concerns are part of our responsibility. The district consistently faces many challenges and major initiatives related to fiscal accountability, and the Audit Committee will closely monitor any vulnerable areas. The committee continues to take its work seriously. The presence of the superintendent and his cabinet at the committee meetings continues to assure that the observations and recommendations made will be implemented. And in closing, I again say that my audit committee colleagues and I will continue to serve you diligently and faithfully. We will always maintain our integrity, professionalism, and provide unfettered feedback. Our meetings are open to the public and anyone is welcome to join. It's been said, be bold, be brilliant, be brief, although I really haven't been brief, and be done. And that concludes my report, and I thank you, and I welcome any questions from the school board or the superintendent.
Thank you very much. Before we move on to public comment and to the board, if I could ask for Mr. Jabali.
Good morning, Chair Corn, Vice Chair Osgood, members of the school board, as well as Chair Mayerson of the Audit Committee. Item DD1 is the audit plan for consideration for the school board to adopt for our fiscal 2021 year. The plan itself was based on a risk assessment where I looked at a variety of data. I've conducted meetings and I looked at a list of contracts and understand the different priorities that are done by the school district. If I can ask the members to take a look at page 18 of the document, and that is the process that is gone throughout the year with respect to our plan. So the assessment was a very key component of the program, and now the determination of the audit areas that will be reviewed is what the plan encompasses. And scheduling and performing the plan is key to be able to perform this work. There are certain assumptions. This is a rather aggressive plan. It is based on our capacity as well as our budgets for resources on the different projects that we need to do. Some of the projects have already begun from last year, so there's not really an option on being able to remove these because they're very far along. There are some projects on page 35 that we're going to continue to monitor as to whether or not we want to go ahead and take a look at those areas where we would have to move things out or be able to utilize some outside resources in order to be able to perform those different projects. But on a year like this upcoming year, it's very important for someone in my role to pay attention to any emerging risks that are going to come about and work with the superintendent and the board to be able to put new audits that we're not aware that may come up during the year. As my program continues to develop through future years, I plan on taking a deeper look at anti-fraud controls, being able to look at the design of policies and procedures to make sure that they are effective. But overall, what I would like to mention to the board is that the areas that are on the plan is based on our capacity and our ability to be able to do these type of audits. And if the board desires that other audits be added, we would have to consider taking some out or being able to put some additional resources. As Mr. Mayerson indicated, we do have a hiring freeze. It is important that my department, just like all the other departments, stay consistent with that. But it does impact our workflow and our ability to be able to produce the reports. But we will work with the resources that we have to be able to provide professional reports to the audit committee and to the board. George Chabot, this concludes my high-level summary of the plan. Ms. Corn?
At this point, then, I would move for us to take public speakers. Are there any public speakers, Dr. Neesmith or Mr. Moquin?
Madam Chair, we do not have any public speakers we did not receive any written comment on item DD1.
Okay. Thank you very much. And I'm looking through, hold on one second, sorry. So on DD1, I have Ms. Alhadeff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. On page 24, on the technology computer devices, how come you don't specifically list what computer devices you're referring to?
Good morning, Ms. Alhadeff. We decided to go with a broad title because the title encompasses everything that's in the bid. There had been some discussion as to whether or not the Lenovo's are included, and if they are part of the bid, they indeed are included. But if there are other different products as far as all aspects of the bid, they will be inclusive as well.
So is there more than 2 companies that are included? Lenovo, CDI computer dealer? Is there more than that?
There is possibly. I don't have the detail with me, but I can assure you that if a company was part of the bid, then they are in scope for this audit.
Okay, I just think with having complete transparency, why not list them specifically so we know what exactly is being audited?
My thinking is that everything would be audited, but if there's a company that I neglect to name because we haven't, the work has commenced, if there's a company that we have neglected to name, they're also in scope as well. I can give you my assurance that if Lenovo is part of it, and since the entire bid and all aspects of it are, then they would be included in this particular audit.
Okay. And on the device auditing of the device distribution plan, are you also looking at when the seniors are graduating, how we're going to get the devices back from them? And if we don't get them back, are they going to be required to pay for the computers?
Yes, Ms. Allen, if you're referring to the audit that's mentioned on page 21, yes, so that would be part of a scope of an audit that the district has all of the devices that have been handed out to the students, and they're all accounted for. So in this particular case, if an assignment of a laptop was given to a student, a senior or non-senior, that it is accounted for, it's returned, and all aspects of our policies are followed with respect to it. That would be part of the scope.
Okay, and if they're not returned, what happens?
I'm not sure what the district policy is. It would make sense that if they're not returned, that they are returned. If they're not, that any consequences that are available to us are utilized.
Would they be required to pay for it?
I would hope so, that if I was a student and I needed to return it and the value of it is part of that. I believe that there are procedures with respect to other types of
I'm here.
Thank you, Dr.
Yeah, I was going to say there are currently guidelines, similar if you don't turn in textbooks and other materials that would apply in this particular case.
And with respect to the laptops, good morning, Valerie Wanza, Chief School Performance and Accountability Officer. I know that there's much interest, and rightly so, in the fact that we have distributed well over 110 or 15,000 computing devices for students. So one of the conditions, obviously, for our seniors, they had to return their laptop in order to receive their diploma. So that's one. And then we also have other mechanisms and policy as it relates to student obligations and clearing student obligations.
Okay. If I can just have a follow-up as far as that policy and what happens if they don't return it, what are the consequences? Like, do they have to pay for it? And if they won't get their transcript, if
Sure.
Okay. So my next thing I want to talk about is during the behavioral threat assessment process. One thing I didn't see on what will be audited is there's nothing discussing about providing data and receiving data from the Florida School Safety Portal. I think it's really important. One of the requirements is that the members, the threat assessment team members, they have to undergo complete training and signed user agreements to have access to that data. And is this being checked that the threat assessment team members are doing these requirements to have access to the Florida School Safety Portal?
Ms. Ahadeth, that makes sense, and I just took note of that to ensure that that's part of our program.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Alhadeff. Okay, so next I have Ms. Rupert.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, all this stuff is over here. Okay, I'm actually going to have questions on the update that that was delivered with the pink packet. And the first comment is on page 60. Sorry. Actually, it's on page 59. Never mind 59. 60 is good. Okay. 61, 62. Okay, sorry, I can skip all the way over to 62. I have a question about the purchase card part on operational audit number 1, where the transcript says the follow-up that we would do was impacted by the fact that Jerry Uselin, who was our facilities audit manager, who did very great work for us, he ran that audit for us and he retired. And so the follow-up work that I wanted to do with the purchasing cards, that's going to roll over into next year. So my question is, how far into next year?
Ms. Rupert.
Good morning.
Good morning, Ms. Rupert. George Chabot, Chief Auditor. We are currently recruiting for Mr. Usulin's replacement. My plan is to have that assignment to be one of the first assignments that would be done whenever we're able to fill that position.
Okay, and I guess I have a tangent for just a second. I do know that Judy Marte was with you and with the superintendent and whoever Mr. Runcie has brought in on this. We were very closely tracking the P cards and how, I guess what I was hoping to get from this, because I knew you had done one on the P cards, was to see what kind of pattern was emerging and to see if we needed to tighten up any of our controls, maybe who has the P cards, et cetera, et cetera. I know that Mr. Runcie also has implemented much less P cards and much more of the purchase orders and from where we used to be several years ago. So I guess I'm a little confused on that aspect. So Mr. Jaboan, can you respond about the operational P card audit? So the audit is done, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
If I may add, although
Sure.
Mr. Usulin left, there was follow-up that I personally did on the purchase card audit that's not reflected, primarily because all of my work encompasses the entire program. But the Auditor General noted some purchase card issues that I responded to the Auditor General on because they also had purchase card issues on their audits, and
Yes.
they closed out those audits. So even though Mr. Usulin left and we're seeking his replacement, there has been progress that's been made on the purchase card program by Ms. Coker as well as Mr. Woods that I verified and corroborated and communicated to the Auditor General, who's in turn closed out their issues. We haven't been able to close everything out in accordance to my satisfaction, which is why this is a worthy audit on this year's plan.
And I appreciate that. I don't know. I believe it hasn't been brought to us, the P card audit, or has it?
It was. There was one purchase card audit that was, I believe the audit committee might have finished it in January.
Okay.
And then it was presented to the board subsequent. So all of those issues are going to be followed up, but those are inclusive of Auditor General issues that have also closed out.
Right. Right. And I appreciate that. So hard to remember what we did just prior to March. You know, it's like I'm thinking in my head, was this it? Was there something else? So I do appreciate that. For me, I'm glad to see that it's your number one. I don't know if that means anything, or if you were just ordering them in just numerical order, or if that was the aspect of the emphasis is you were going to spend a lot of time on number one. Is that more like it?
So the purchase card follow-up audit is on page 24 of the document. So it'll be the number one item for the person that we hired to do.
Got it.
When they come on board.
Yep. Okay. Awesome. All right. Moving on from this. Hold on. Okay. Okay. A couple of these. I'm sorry. Is page 63. And I wrote this in the margin, and I had actually asterisked it. Some of this work had been already finished, and at the very top of this 63, where the audit number 2 starts on the vending machines, and then I'm going to flip you over to 62. It's your intention to present that report at the May 2020 meeting. So was that report ever sent to them or sent to our audit team?
Okay, so to thank you, Ms. Rupert, you're referring to the minutes on page 6.
Yes.
So with respect to the vending machine audit report, we were substantially done
right.
With the field work. Now, the interesting thing is the entire school environment has changed.
Right. I get it.
I'm concerned about not being able to capture the environment that's going to be going forward. So to me, it makes sense to wait until we have a more normalized environment and see how vending machines are working to be able to issue a more relevant and current report. So even though we've made a lot of progress on the vending machine work, issuing it right now does not seem like it would be the right time. It's best to see how they're working on a day-to-day basis, depending on how the school environment proceeds.
Right, and I did read that in your follow-up, so I appreciate that. So anything that said that you were going to present it to either May 2020, which was the vending machine one, as well as the beacon one, I can't really figure out.
And if I may say, the beacon one is going to be finished up very soon. So that one, it would make sense to issue that very soon.
Right.
I'm working with the person doing the field work, and there's a small matter of follow-up that needs to be done on that.
Right, and I appreciate that.
Can I interrupt for 1 second? I'm sorry, but Mr. Jaboan, I don't know if there's a way of moving your microphone closer.
It's
but
hard.
You've got a very kind of muted, quiet voice, which is very pleasant to work with, but hard to hear on this. So if you could, that would be great. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Korn. I will also speak louder as well.
That helps. Yeah. Did you see? I was getting almost into the screen to try to hear you. So I appreciate that. And you were saying that the beacon one was just about done. So
Yes. Ms. Rupert, overall, our team was impacted in March as well. And so there were audits that were close to being done that it was best for us to step aside and let the people in Beacon, the people in Oster do the important work that they were doing. In the case of the vending machine audit, as we currently stand right now, it's not, we need to see a normalized picture as to how vending machines are working in the schools. And I'd like to be able to assess that before publishing a report on that. The field work's been substantially done on that one, but I would just like to observe it prior to publishing such a report.
Right. And I would assume that's the same for the one on discipline as well.
Well, yes, but one of the things that's also impacted by that is my availability to look at the data is on that. As Mr. Mayerson indicated, the capacity that I have to be able to review that work is pending. And so once this meeting is over, I'll start looking at that work so we can go ahead and make progress on that. But some of it is our structure, because we need to, in accordance to to governmental auditing standards, as well as being able to have a continuous improvement program, the work has to be reviewed by me or someone at a senior level in the audit function, and that itself is a function of our capacity to do that.
And I do want to comment on the last paragraph on the minutes. That's still page 63. This is the one on discipline, but what I'd like to actually highlight is just what you were saying. Your unavailability to be able to get into the details of the work and field work just due to the process of your availability has impacted this work, because the team often waits for me, which is you, to be able to get direction or to get support or be able to, if data is not coming from the department, to be able to push them. And so my workload impacts the field work in a lot of different audit areas we're talking about, including this particular area. So this goes back to you being pulled in more directions because you're down a person or two. And but something else kind of, just, came to mind when I was reading this. And what it is your team is an incredible team, and they should not be waiting to hear from you or give direction. There has to be the availability of, moving within your leadership control, and you then bestowing that opportunity for them to be leaders on their own stuff. Otherwise, we're never going to be able to have senior auditors, junior auditors as we're moving up. So I do hope that we'll be able to find the money for you to be able to replace somebody, if it was Mr. Useland, or if it's a director level. That's strictly Mr. Runcie and his staff decisions, but I just wanted to say that. And then briefly on page 64, Mr. Useland had also headed the SREF inspections audit, and that is completed. Yes?
Well, in this particular one, it's not completed because he left at the midpoint of that.
Got it.
So it's in a standstill right now on that particular one.
But is it on our going to be doing next year's list?
It's on the plan. Let me see if I could find that number. Number on the plan. It is on the plan.
Okay. Do we have a quarter or what?
So with that particular audit, it's in our budget already. Where one of the firms that we work with can provide us with someone that can allow us to take that audit, because it's like now on second base to home plate, and so there's room in our budget for that particular one to be done. regardless of the hire of that position.
Okay, but you have room in the budget. Do you have enough people to do it justice? But you said we're going to be utilizing a third party.
It is. Now, the third party work still requires my time, though, because the third party needs to be able to navigate throughout the district. There is no question to the board and everyone else that I will continue to work as hard as I am to be able to get this done. And there's a full understanding to the financial uncertainties that the district faces.
Right. Okay. And I think I only had one more question, Mr. Jaboan. I wholeheartedly agree with the audit committee, and this is on page 73, about when you're utilizing behavioral information or on the discipline matrix. I believe it was Mr. Barnes. Is that right? Moses Barnes? Yes. He was right on the money when we're talking about doing the audit report on discipline to break it out based on grade levels, race, et cetera, or subgroups. So I wholeheartedly agree with that, because we have to be able to see if there's a disparity, which we basically already know that there is. Okay. And then my last two, really, I wanted to say one more thing is about the P cards. P cards are extremely important that we get that presented to us as soon as possible, because they have been a problem in the past. They have been a problem with audits, Florida general audits. So it is it needs to be corralled, and I'm looking forward to having that information brought to the board so we can make sure that we have policies in place to be able to put the right checkpoints in as possible. And then the last thing I'm going to say is about the recorded audit. Extremely important, and extremely important that we covered the timeline when we had Mr. Hunter with us two times. What occurred during the first stint and what occurred during the second of those purchases, and how many went off without a hitch, and how many we need to look a lot closer for. So that's what I look forward mostly is those few that I mentioned. Thank you, Mr. Jaboan. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And so we'll go on to the next. I just want to remind my colleagues that we really want to stay on the topics of what this is going to be and not get too much into the details of the actual. I know that they're giving us an overview. Obviously, we want to speak to the overview, but I just want us to be cautious about how much we get into the specific, I guess, criteria beyond the overview as we continue to have the conversation, which, by the way, Ms. Rupert, I'm not speaking to your comments. I'm speaking as we continue to go through the conversation. So I have Ms. Bartleman.
Yes, hi. I have a couple of questions. As it pertains to the discipline audit, I was concerned since your time is really stressed and that you were looking for a needle in a haystack. And you were going to go over all the kids' social media and look for fights, and we had a whole conversation. And you didn't complete that audit. I just want to know where it is, because based on your time constraints and other audits, are you still doing that? Where is that?
Yeah, Miss Bartleman, thank you. So this audit is still in process. I have a column on the right hand of the
right hand side. Yeah, I see it.
And those indicate the rollover audits. So we're very deep into those particular audits, and and they roll into the new year. They do take a good amount of time to be able to do all those procedures, and this would qualify as one of them.
I'm just asking, has it been fruitful? I mean, is it that one I was especially concerned about because of how you described it. So has it been, I mean, to me, it didn't seem tangible where you were just going to basically go on social media and look for fights and see, and I didn't know how you attributed that. If it was referrals and things like that, that would be easier. But some of the stuff I was concerned about, and with the time management. So have you found issues that we're going to need to deal with?
So on page 21 of the plan is where you're referring to the social media searches. That particular step has not been as productive as I hoped that it had been. I'd like to be able to do it in future years to be more productive. I thought that it was a worthy exercise to do, to make an attempt at looking at the social media searches, but it has not been as productive as I had hoped that it would be.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that, you know, you're going over everything. And then my next question is, I received a response that we were going to look into the contracts at PPO and make sure we're paying the right amount of money and the ones that were brought up by the Council of Great City Schools. Can you just tell me what page that's on here?
I'm looking for the PPO audit as we speak. I believe it is on page 27. It's item number 18.
So what you're doing, hold on, let me get it up.
I hope you can hear me better now.
Okay.
A little. It's still fairly quiet, Mr. DeBowen, just so you know, but a little bit.
Thank you, Ms. Korn.
Okay, so this includes the follow-up on the findings of Council of Great City Schools to see if that information was correct. And then proper controls, does that include looking at all of the contracts or the bids that, you know, PPO employees were responsible for?
Yes, Ms. Bartleman, from my thinking that it would be looking at the controls in that area, including what you've mentioned with respect to contracts.
Okay. And then I want to make sure that this plan reflects the motion passed by the audit committee. So I want to read it and I want to make sure you're covering all of it. So the formal motion made by Ms. Fertig and seconded by Ms. Shaw is that the HCT audit be transmitted to the board with the district educational technology plan policy 5. Hold on, I want to get to the part that includes the thing. I don't want to read all the stuff. And that you're to review with further recommendation to review the $81 million purchase of the bond dollars and any significant purchases between 2015 to 2019 under the technology department under the former chief information officer. This motion passed unanimously. So does that audit encompass everything? And I'm sorry I skipped. I didn't want to go into the minutes because that's not pertinent to this issue. But I read the language that is. So are you including everything that is in this motion in your audit?
I'm trying to find the audit right now. One moment.
It's a motion.
So
yes,
is this something?
Yeah, this is something that's important, Ms. Korn, because this is a recommendation by the audit committee.
I understand. What I'm asking is whether or not this is something Mr. Jaboan can come back and be able to share us the information if he cannot quickly find that specific level of detail of the audit. But Mr. Jaboan, if you have it quickly.
No, Ms. Korn, it's a recommendation to do an audit that should be in the audit plan. So if it's not in the audit plan that I'm about to.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Bartleman. He's responding now.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Bartleman. So the motions from the audit committee, those are not binding in accordance to their bylaws, that they're not binding. I believe that I've incorporated all the thoughts that they had to be able to do a thorough audit on item number 6 with respect to the bidding of the technology computer devices on that end. So it is the $81 million, but regardless of the amount that they stated, it's going to be inclusive of the entire bid.
Okay, but it also, first of all, why wouldn't their motions be binding? I think you need to explain that.
It's in accordance to the bylaws that the district has to respond to them, but they're not binding on the superintendent or the board. I do think it's a worthy project. It's one that's been included, and we will look at even more things that they requested with respect to that audit.
Okay, so I'm just going to put this out there that I appoint a person onto that committee as well as all the board members. And if they felt that this was important enough to be looked into, especially since the state attorney and Florida law enforcement is looking into it, for you to audit, that they pass a unanimous specific audit For me, as a board member, it's binding. And for you to say you're not going to follow that recommendation is a problem for me. So I'm going to make a motion to incorporate the language of the audit into the audit plan, since that's the only control I have is the audit plan. And if it doesn't pass, it doesn't pass, but I owe that to my audit committee member. And I owe it to the people who passed this audit made the motion, Mary Fertig, Shaw, and to everyone else on the audit committee who unanimously voted for this specific level of detail to be audited. So Ms. Korn, when you're ready, I would like to make a motion.
I do believe that, Ms. Bartleman, that the scope of the audit that would be conducted would be inclusive of everything that the committee requested and more.
Believe. Can I, do you mind if I put that specific, I'm going to make the motion anyway to put the specific language in, okay? Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Bartleman, would you like to make the motion?
Sure. No one else needs to speak, or?
Yeah, there are others that need to speak, but didn't you want to make, that's fine. You can hold your motion.
Wait.
We'll have Rocco Diaz take his, make his comments now, and I'll come back to Ms. Bartleman.
I know, sometimes you do it that way, so I was trying to respect the way you do it.
Okay, thank you. Rocco, did you want to share some comments?
Yes, I wanted to ask, as for the charter schools that were met with, as mentioned on page 7 through 8 of the summary of the. So I was going to ask if that was done on the basis of risk, if that was the factor that led you to decide which schools that were met with.
Thank you, Mr. Diaz. With respect to those particular steps, it was driven by comments that the external auditor of those schools had in their reports. And so we read those, and we were able to carve them out, and we brought the schools in to ensure that they had proper fiscal controls on those particular findings.
Okay. And also, as for the mentions of risk assessment in the report, I wanted to make sure that there are checks and balances to make sure that parties don't take advantage of having low risk ratings.
Can you please ask your question again, Mr. Diaz?
Are there checks and balances to make sure that parties don't take advantage of not having high risk ratings?
I'm afraid of which high risk ratings are you referring to? Where would those ratings come from?
So it's said on page 3 that resources would be allocated to high risk areas.
Yes. Okay. So those are high risk areas that are determined by me through the risk assessment project, and those, because they're high risk, they've made their way into this report.
Okay, and that is the extent of my comments.
Thank you.
Thank you, Rocco. I don't see any other hands up, and those were all the comments I had from my colleagues. I had two, Mr. Jobowen, that I hope you can help me with. One is on page 10, where we talk about, sorry, page 25, number 10, where we talk about the follow-up. For me, just as important as each audit is number 10. Like, without the follow-up, and the thorough follow-up, meaning a very intentional designated amount of time being set aside for the follow-up to make sure that these responses are being implemented, and that they're being implemented not just for 2 months or 3 months or 6 months, but that they become now the new standard, is critically important for these audits to actually be effective. So can you just speak to that for a moment?
Yes, Ms. Corrin, item number 10 on page 25 of the report, that I guess I had a conversation with you about follow-up, and that's the idea behind number 10, is after reports are published, and we've been able to create a database that has audits. We've added more audits to them based on some comments that have been received in the past. And so the idea is that there's a commitment that's made as a result of a response to an audit that we verify and corroborate that that's actually been done. And this is secondary to the regular follow-up audits, because you have a follow-up audit on the purchase cards. And so this would be something that we'd like to evolve into something that's provided, data is provided to the cabinet, so they in turn can follow up on that. So this audit is running with the conversation that you and I had. And I'm obviously, this is something that I have to do myself within the constraints of what Ms. Rupert brought up. But that's the idea behind audit number 10.
So I appreciate that very much, and that you actually designated it specifically on the report. The other one that I wanted my colleagues, I guess, to consider, and Mr. Jabot, for your feedback, is on an audit of our spending of the referendum dollars. As we have talked about the fact that obviously when this referendum ends, and we're going to go back out to the public and look hopefully for some additional dollars specifically for our teachers, I think that it would behoove us to be able to show that we have audited the referendum dollars that have been spent to date, and that we have been good stewards of the public's money as we look for additional support going forward. So I would ask if that, I don't know from a timing perspective, the constraints, I know that obviously you have a very tight list here, but to me, that's one that puts us in a very good position to be able to go back to the community and be able to speak to additional support going forward. So I don't know if my colleagues, is that something that entertain, but that's something I would make a motion for after Ms. Bartleman has the floor. So Mr. Jabot, do you have any feedback on that? And because I don't want to make a motion if you tell me that you just don't have the bandwidth to consider it.
Ms. Korn, I don't have the bandwidth under our current plan and under our current headcount and budget. But as an auditor, that is a worthy area that should be looked at either this year or next year. I think it's worth for me to analyze it and either speak with the superintendent on something that we would do. The timing doesn't necessarily have to be what's within here, but I do think it's a worthy exercise and a risk area that should be looked at.
Okay, thank you for the feedback. I'll make my motion after Ms. Bartleman has an opportunity to have the floor back. Ms. Bartleman, it's yours.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Korn. So under the audit on the page you referenced, I want to put the very specific language that actually had to be brought back because it was so important to the board members that the language was correct that they even had to correct the language in the minutes. So the recommendation, and you can add it on that page, is to review the $81 million purchase of the bond dollars and any significant purchases between 2015 to 2019 under the technology department under the former chief information officer.
Second, Rupert.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion on the motion?
Yes, I have a comment.
Ms. Holiday?
Or Ms. Good.
And Ms. Bartleman reference the page number she's referring to, please?
I closed my page. Can you give me the page, Mr. Jabon? I closed the whole thing. Let me restart
I'm
again.
currently looking at this now, Ms. Bartleman. I would need a minute to locate it, please.
Yeah, we're looking for it. Hold on.
As you're looking, Ms. Holiday, did you have a follow-up question?
I think it's 24, number 6. Is that correct?
That is the audit number, but I thought that the question had to deal with the language. But yes, it is project number 6.
It should be added to project number 6. So audit subject area, I think it's just clean, and I think the audit committees would appreciate that language in the subject area of this document, so it reflects what they asked the board to do.
I'm sorry, Ms. Bartleman, can you repeat your what you said, please?
Sure, no problem. It's right out of the, I'm actually just seeing the minutes from the meeting. Review the $81 million purchase of the bond dollars and any significant purchases between 2015 to 2019 under the technology department under the former chief information officer. That is the directive they gave the board in a formal motion that passed unanimously. And I wanted to use their very specific language because they were very upset when the language wasn't reflected in the minutes. And I got phone calls from Ms. Fertig and many others. And this is very important to the committee members, and they want it to be exact, and that's what they're requesting.
Thank you. Ms. Olivedev, any other questions?
No, thank you.
Thank you. I think I have Ms. Good and then Ms. Levinson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So in regard to the motion, did the audit committee approve the audit plan that's before us?
Ms. Good, good morning. They did. They had no questions regarding the exact language that Ms. Bartleman mentioned. They did ask about the words Lenovo on item number 6. I do want to tell the committee, as I'm reading the language that is in the minutes for the audit committee, not just bond dollars were used for this these purchases. The motion references bond dollars. I think it's significant to look at the bid from beginning to end and then do a thorough audit on it. I think the language that I have is broader and it's inclusive of what the committee would be looking for.
Perfect. And that's what I wanted to understand. So you feel that what's before us as it is currently is broader and more inclusive of all pertinent purchases, correct?
Yes, and taking into note Ms. Bartleman's comment, what she's looking for will definitely be covered under such an audit.
Perfect. That's just what I wanted to understand. I appreciate the thought process, but I don't want the window to be so narrow that it's going to generate other issues. And I personally would rather that you have a broader perspective on what you're going to be looking at. And it's already been approved by the audit committee as it's written. And I, again, appreciate the clarification. So thank you.
Thank you. I have Ms. Levinson.
Ditto. My exact questions, it was just answered by Mr. Jaboan that this is more encompassing than what the motion is, and that was the information that I needed. Thank you.
Thank you. I have Ms. Bartleman.
Yeah, I was just curious how it's broader when in your reference to your audit subject area, you're only referring to one purchase order. You actually listed the number of the purchase order, which is 16.059E, and the discussion was about Lenovo. But to me, this is actually much more narrow because you're referencing a very specific purchase order for a subject area, and that's not what they wanted. They wanted all of that. And quite honestly, I know board members were frustrated at that meeting, and I spoke to them, and they just feel like almost giving up. So your idea that it's broader, then shouldn't you list all of the all of the numbers of all the purchases on here? Because actually on all of your audit subject areas, this is actually the only one that gives a reference to a very specific number, which in my opinion narrows the scope.
Ms. Bartleman, the number 16059E is not for a purchase order. It is the bid number.
Okay, same thing, bid number, exactly. One bid number. And that's the subject area of number 6, one bid number, which is incredibly narrow. And they're not asking you to look at that bid. They're asking you to look at like 3 years worth of bids under Tony Hunter. So for you to say that this language is broad, when you give a very specific bid number, you're looking at one bid according to this language.
Ms. Bartleman, there's more to the story. So we did an exercise where we identified the different projects where the former chief information officer may have had significant involvement. And this one is the first one for $81 million that's being looked at because of its size. Based on the results of this, we will go further down that list and look at the other bids. So it's everything inclusive in the bid, including all of the purchase orders. So
then maybe you should reference that in your language, which is what I'm trying to do. Because technically, for you to follow this audit plan, you only need to look at this one bid. And based on what you find, you will look at the others. They were very specific that they want you to look at the others. So this audit subject area language is incredibly narrow, only references one bid, and that was the point the audit committee was trying to make, that they wanted you to look at all of the bids. So I'm not going to argue with you. I think the language on page 24, for anyone in the public who wants to look at it, it stands on its own. It only references one bid. It doesn't, what you've said here on at the meeting is not in this language of the audit of the subject area. So either the board will vote it up and down, but at least I can look my audit committee member in the face and let her know that I tried to fight for this. So thank you.
Ms. Korn, Ms. Coker may be able to provide some more information on the bidding, if you may allow her to speak, if she's in the meeting.
So I think, Mr. Jaboan, in terms of, you're the one who obviously is running these audits, correct?
Yes.
And so your reference to this one specific bid, does it limit your audit to that bid?
It is to the bid 16059E. And what was discussed at the meeting is this would be the first one that we would look at, and then we would make our way down based on the results of this audit.
Okay, so you would determine if an additional audit needed to be done based on your review of this bid, which would encompass all of the purchase orders done under this bid. Is that correct?
This audit this audit definitely includes all the purchase orders done under that bid. If there's a second bid, and there are other bids, we would move on to the other bids after this particular audit is done.
Okay, so in speaking to this motion and Ms. Bartleman's point, which is if you find nothing that is of concern in this bid, then we would have no next steps to look at other bids. Is that correct?
Well, yes, but there's a pretty lengthy list of bids that are involved, and you can only go one at a time.
So here is why I'm asking the question. I'm asking the question because I understand Ms. Bartleman's point. I understand the committee's report, and I myself shared at the last meeting when we discussed this item that we needed to be cognizant of the fact that there could be things outside of this bid that we should be aware of. But I think we further discussed the fact that from a cost perspective and a timing perspective, it made the most sense to focus on this bid and get the results. This audit will then be brought forward to the board. We then have an opportunity as a board and with the superintendent to determine, based on these results, does it make sense for our audit committee to continue to expend its time and efforts going down this path? And I fully agree with the audit committee in that we need to be aware that there could be things outside of this bid. But I think if we are trying to be cognizant of the amount of time that we have for our audit team, that we look at this large one first with all of the pricing, purchase orders, and so forth, see what the results are, and see if it puts us in a place where we need to continue to go down this path, because otherwise I think it will be very costly and time consuming. If we find nothing here that causes any concern, I'm not sure that it makes sense for us to continue to go down this path. And again, the audit committee will be able to weigh in on this audit. So I support the audit committee's intent of making sure that we cover all grounds. I believe that's what Ms. Bartleman's intention is. I'm not speaking for her, but I would like us to move forward the way it's presented, and knowing that we as a board and the superintendent can then take next steps based on the results of this so that we don't overreach with this specific, going down this specific path. With that, I have Ms. Good and then Ms. Levinson.
Thank you. Sorry, I had technical issues. Thank you, Madam Chair. I think you touched on the point that I was going to make to broaden it at this point to that detail. I think may be cost prohibitive. I think the fact that our auditor has indicated that he would commence at this point, and then depending on the outcomes, further audits could be contemplated. But to merely approve a blanket from one date to one date, I mean, there's an extensive amount of items that are included within that time frame. As you mentioned, I can't approve something like that without knowing the costs associated with that. I believe this is a first good step. And then based on the outcomes, we as a board can then contemplate, a more expanded review as it's been explained here. And I just, for the record, I totally support Ms. Furtick is my audit committee member. She's past chair. Certainly a very knowledgeable individual in this community. I support her efforts on this committee, so I don't want there to be comments made that somehow if I don't support this motion, I am not supporting my committee member. That is not my takeaway. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Good. I don't have any other hands up. Ms. Levinson, did you want to speak?
I hadn't lowered my hand, but now after hearing what Ms. Good and you have had to say, I would concur with both of you and what Mr. Jobowen has told us, that I think we should start with this rather large bid that has many purchase orders under it and proceed from there. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Bartleman?
Yes. If you notice in his other bids, like let's just take school discipline, which we spoke of, I had an incredible amount of concern about how much time and money it was going to cost for him to go through every Twitter and social media account. And I expressed that and was very concerned. But we said, let's let him try it and see what happens. And it was still in the plan. And we didn't say, well, it could be costly, it could be that. And as a matter of fact, he just admitted that it wasn't fruitful and he stopped his audit at that time. But it was important to this board to keep that language in the audit plan last year, even though they were it was concerning about how much time and how much money or if it would be fruitful. So my comment on this is, if he goes through, I think it needs to reflect the intent is to go through other purchases made by Tony Hunter under his leadership. And that at any time you can say, you know what, this isn't fruitful and we can stop it. But at least it would be cemented in this document for future boards and for other people to see that, look, the board recognized that we have a serious issue with one of our purchase orders. We're very concerned about what happened in the audit from the outside firm. We're very concerned about all of those purchases based on what we're hearing. And of course, based on what happens at the state attorney's office and the Department of Law Enforcement, even more can come of this. But we're so concerned that we're going to make sure we look at these big purchases. And then if he needs to stop, he stops. He would come back to the board. But this document reflects our intent. And based on what I'm hearing from everyone, it is our intent to go through things. So putting that language in this document also doesn't prohibit him from coming back to us and saying we're going to stop. So it could work either way. I just feel more comfortable putting the language in. But that's okay. We'll just vote on it. So thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Jobowen, before I vote, did you have something else you needed to share?
I would just like to express to the board members that I do take note of all of their comments. I understand the intent of what Ms. Bartleman would like to achieve, and I assure you that I will be achieving that and more with the language that's noted here.
Okay, thank you very much. So with that, all those in favor of Ms. Bartleman's motion, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no.
No.
No. So if I could do a roll call, please. I have, hold on. It's just easier when I have my little cheat sheet in front of me. Ms. Alada?
Yes.
Ms. Bartleman?
Yes.
Ms. Rupert?
Yes.
Dr. Osgood?
No.
Ms. Good?
No.
Ms. Levinson?
No.
Ms. Murray? Ms. Murray? Is Ms. Murray with us?
I do not see her in the participation list right now.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Brinkworth?
Yes.
Thank you. I'm just looking one more time. Okay, thank you. And my vote is no, so I have 1, 2, 3, 4 to 4.
It fails.
So without a majority support, it fails. Ms. Good, did you have another motion you wanted to make?
No, I just wanted to get clarification. So I know we all have appointees on the audit committee. Are we limited to speaking only to our audit committee member, or are we able to speak to more than one audit committee member? Can Ms. Myrick speak to that? Or someone on council?
I'm sorry, Ms. Good, did you ask me a question?
In reference, because I know there's comments made that the board members spoke to audit committee members. It sounded plural to me, but I always understood that we are only allowed to speak to our own audit committee member, or we have flexibility.
Well, you have, you can't speak. The Government of Sunshine law is, your audit committee is under the Government of Sunshine, and so you should not be speaking to more than your own individual appointee, because then there could be a violation of the Sunshine.
So can we just get some follow-up on that in writing, please?
Sure, that would go for any, for any district appointed committee. But yes, I will get some follow-up in writing for you all for that.
That's how I understood it. So I just wouldn't want anybody to think that I'm not reaching out to anyone else on that committee. I think it's important that we all follow the same guidelines. So thank you so much.
All right, I'll reach out and I'll get you something in writing to the whole board this week.
Thank you.
Thank you. Can I ask that we all turn our microphones off if we're not specifically speaking? There's still some feedback coming through. So if you could just make sure you're muting your mic until you're called on, that would be awesome. Thank you very much. I have Ms. Bartleman.
Yes, Ms. Myrick. I would actually like to take that a step further, because based on your opinion, as long as any appointee on any committee, including DAC, because we're somebody who's voting, can talk to us at any time, as long as they're sharing their individual concerns and they're not a conduit between the board members. So I'm kind of surprised to hear that I'm not ever allowed to talk to anyone's DAC appointee or about an issue that's important to them, or that doesn't make any sense to me based on your opinion. And so I would also like you to bring that further to the state, because based on all of my training under Florida School Board Association, they're members of the public. And as long as they're not serving as a conduit to exchange information between board members, we don't vote. I'm not vote. It just doesn't make any sense to me what you just said, that I can't talk to any member of the public as a constituent.
Ms. Bartleman, I'm sorry, it doesn't make any sense. As I said to Ms. Good, I will provide you a legal opinion in writing, and after I provide that, if you would like the board to request further guidance from somebody in the state, we can do that.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you. So on that, I'm going to change direction. I'm going to go to what my comment was, and this was to potentially expand to include an audit on our referendum, the spending of our referendum dollars. Again, Mr. Jaboan, at this point, if I were to make a motion to incorporate this, we would not have enough money, correct, in your budget to cover this. So would this need to come as a separate item, but I could make a motion for the board asking for our consideration to be brought forward?
Yeah, so pending any thoughts from Ms. Myrick, it sounds like the motion would be to expand the audit program to include the audit of the referendum that you're mentioning. If you do so, I would analyze it, try to determine what the cost would be and the scopes, and then I'd have to work with the superintendent to see how and when we would do it. I would say at a minimum, this is on my radar for future years, given what you said now.
Okay, so I don't know if Mr. Runcie, if you want to speak to this, or Ms. Myrick, if you can give some direction, but I would like to have a conversation. I don't want to go down a path that my colleagues are not interested in, but at the same time, I need to know whether or not my colleagues are willing to entertain this as something that we pursue going forward. So I don't want to make a motion to expand this if we don't have the dollars set aside or the bandwidth to do it this year. But at the same time, it's important to me that we consider whether or not we want to fund it if we don't have the funds set aside. And if not, that it be something that is noted for us to do next year. And does that put us in a time frame that we would still be able to utilize it going back out to the public if we do ask for the public to consider another referendum? So, Mr. Runcie?
So Ms. Corn, so one, I will say that we have to do the audit because that was part of our, at least I know it's part of my communication, that we would do so to make sure that we could demonstrate to the public that the funds went to the intended places for salaries, safety, security, and mental health. We do have time to do it next year because that referendum wouldn't come up until 2022, I believe. But just to let everyone know, we have to do this audit, whether we do it this year, we could do it next year and still have it done on time, but we must have it done.
Okay, if I could ask Ms. Marte to chime in just before I go to board members, I'd like to have as much direction as possible from staff. Ms. Marte?
Good morning, Madam Chair, board members. Mr. Runcie is absolutely correct. The original resolution language that the board adopted, there was an additional sheet that had a certain, whereas we're asking the taxpayers to do this, and committed in those assertions was the audit of how the funds would be used. So it is, as Mr. Runcie said, definitely something the board has already voted on, quite frankly.
So with that said, from a time frame, and I don't want to belabor this, but I think we have to be cognizant of timelines. If we wait until next year's audit list to do this, then it actually goes through the audit process. It gets brought back to the audit committee, then to the board, and it gets approved. Does that really give us enough time to then use that as a communication piece as we start to go back out for more support for another referendum? I mean, I think it's incumbent on us, for our teachers, our safety, all of the things that this was supporting, that will go away if we don't get future support, that we're timely in this so that we have the information back so that we can use it to communicate going forward.
So very good question. This is the first year of 4 years, Ms. Corn. So if it was early in next year's audit program, we certainly could work with Mr. Joe Bowen to make it an early item in the program. You would have more than ample time. The other thing I might suggest, I'm sorry, I think my boss wants to speak.
No, you go ahead. I was just going to say, one, these audits are done in arrears. And so if you think about it, you're going to do one now, you're only doing half of the time frame that the referendum's out there. And so what are you going to tell the public you did with the other half of the money? So you want to time it so it's as close as you can to near the end, which I would submit you want to do it next year. Doing it this year, again, you're going to have half the program to do. So I just don't understand why we would do that.
So, and that's fine. That's why I was asking for the conversation, but I think it's very important that it's on our radar and it's something then. So I don't need to make a motion, but I would ask Mr. Jaboan that you do put that as something that is discussed with the audit committee for next year. And I think at the end of the day, we have to do it, right? So it's really a matter of timing.
Absolutely. Yep.
So with that said, I will not expend any more of our time having the conversation unless any of my colleagues would like to speak to something about it right now. Otherwise, we can move on. Ms. Bartleman, you had your hand up?
I just wanted to ask Ms. Myrick, in addition to her opinion of us talking to members in the general public, whether or not they serve on a committee, can you also get us written clarification about staff members talking to multiple board members about agenda items and how that works? Because it's kind of the same concept because they're not on the dais voting with us. So I would appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay, so with that, Ms. Levinson, sorry.
Yes, I was just going to say, after the conversation, we got to what I was going to say, but I was interested in having it done next year when we are more into the disbursement of the referendum dollars. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Alhadeff.
Thank you. And I also agree to do it also next year. But I did have one other question for Mr. Jabowen. How come there's not a financial estimate next to each of the project numbers?
So on the external numbers, on the audits that are outsourced, we do know, for example, how much we're going to pay for the technology, the one that we just talked about, the technology one there, and that number came about just a couple days ago. So I could, if you'd like, in a follow-up, I can provide a memorandum with to the board on the cost of some of those audits, if that's acceptable to Ms. Alhadeff.
Yeah, no, that would definitely be helpful. And I think in the future, it would also be helpful to have it before we vote on it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. With that, I do not see any other hands up. So all those in favor of DD1, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Those opposed say no.
No.
DD1 passes. Has Miss Murray joined us? Miss Murray, are you with us now?
Yes, I said aye.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. So there was one no vote and all the rest were an affirmative. So with that, DD1 passes. At this time, I would just like to pause to provide the superintendent an opportunity to share some brief comments before we get into the rest of the agenda items. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can you hear me?
Yes, yes, we
Oh,
can
great.
hear you. Thank
Okay.
you.
All right. So this afternoon, I want to give three areas for updates. So first, it's going to be around athletics, then a discussion about our upcoming parent university, and finally, our school reopening planning process. So if the COVID-19 positivity rate continues to decline, as we've seen, we've identified Monday, September 21st, as a potential start date for voluntary workouts for fall sports. Workouts will be conducted outdoors only for the first week. During the second week of voluntary workouts, conditioning will continue outside and then will gradually phase into gymnasiums and weight rooms. We will continue to work with our sports medicine and student athlete wellness committee, our athletic trainers, athletic directors, and health advisors to ensure a safe restart of athletics. Communications with our Tri-County counterparts, Miami-Dade and Palm Beach, we will continue those conversations as it relates to the Florida High School Athletic Association involvement and participation to ensure that our students will have the opportunity to participate in fall sports. After the great success of our first 4 virtual Parent University webinars, which, by the way, had over 20,000 parents participating in the live sessions, we're happy to announce that the Parent Community Involvement Task Force and district staff and administrators have designed another Parent University series so that the entire community, parents, teachers, administrators, can reflect, gather resources, and discuss best practices on continued e-learning. Delivered over 3 nights, parents will be able to hear directly from teachers and principals, along with a parent panel discussing key topics of interest and concern, such as how to organize your e-learning life and improve student engagement in the e-learning environment. Parents of our kindergarten through 1st grade students will join in the discussion on September 10th. Parents of students in grades 2 through 5 will meet on September 14th. The last session will be for grades 6 through 12, and that will be held on September 17th. All sessions will be from 6:30 to 8 p.m. Please log on to browardschools.com/parentuniversity to find out more, or to watch a webinar that you may have missed. Since Parent University was launched last month, the website has received more than 195,000 visitors. As we are into our third week of e-learning, I want to continue to commend and recognize the amazing dedication and creativity of our teachers, our ESPs, and all staff who provide services to our students. And I'm grateful for the support and collaboration of our parents and guardians, as I know that this has not been easy on them and their families. When we all work together, our children are the beneficiaries. However, make no mistake that we are all anxious to return to our classrooms. So on a biweekly basis, as we've said in the past, the district is reviewing its decision on the most appropriate learning model under prevailing circumstances. Over the past 14 days, Broward County has remained in phase 1 of reopening. We must be in at least phase 2 prior to even considering bringing students back onto our school campuses. When a 14-day favorable trend is observed in 4 categories: disease progression, ability to manage the spread, health system capacity, and the adequacy of our district safeguards, the district will begin transitioning our learning model and reopening our school campuses. If the current trends continue on the path of improvement, we would hope to open sometime this fall. And again, I cannot guarantee or commit to any specific date at this time, as the path of the virus will drive the decisions we have to make. Regarding this decision on when and how to reopen, we will have an important school board workshop on Tuesday, September 22nd, to discuss plans, strategy, and timing for reopening our campuses for hybrid and full-time learning 5 days a week. As we continue to consult with our local public health officials and medical experts for guidance, I've been clear about reopening schools. We will not compromise the health and safety of our students, teachers, and staff. That's our highest priority. All of us urgently want our schools to open for face-to-face learning, as we know how important the work of this district is in meeting the critical needs of our students and families, including providing academic growth and social emotional development, supplying food and nutritional needs, providing mental health supports and identifying child abuse, and giving support to about 5,000 students who struggle with housing insecurity and homelessness. We also understand very clearly how essential it is to open schools so that families can get back to work and move the gears of this economy. We appreciate the patience and understanding of our families, teachers, students, and staff and community, as everyone works to do what's necessary to improve the trends in the pandemic in our community. You have my commitment that we'll open as soon as we possibly can. Thank you, Madam Chair. Those are my remarks for the day.
Thank you, Mr. Runcie. Thank you for sharing those updates for the community. I know that your comments have been recorded and typically shared again for the public on the website. So hopefully we will be doing that again today, so the public is staying up to date on all of your updates. So thank you for that.
Yes, we will. Thank you.
So as we begin taking items for the school board operational meeting, staff will read comments for those applicable items as we call them each individually. With that, may the chair please have a motion and a second on G3.
So moved, Rupert.
Second, Brinkworth.
Moved by Ms. Rupert, second by Ms. Brinkworth. Is there any discussion on G3? I don't have anyone who asked for the item. I see no hands up. So with that, all those in favor of G3, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. G3 passes unanimously. With that, we would like to take a moment to recognize our new staff appointments. Ms. Bartleman, do you have the list?
I didn't put it on my computer. I would like to congratulate, I love this person, Marissa Kinney. She is the Task Assignment Director of Student Services. Congratulations, Marissa. And Dave Lehman, Supervisor 3 of Operations. And James Payne, Task Assignment Director, Career, Technical, Adult, and Community Education. Thank you.
Thank you. And so I will announce our new workers' compensation for medical case management, Miss Connie Rodriguez. Congratulations. Ms. Rupert, do you have your list?
I do.
Great.
This afternoon, we would like to congratulate Barbara Oraposa, the new assistant principal at Blanche Ely High School. Welcome to District 7. Thank you.
Wonderful. So congratulations to all our new staff appointments. I wish you were there at the building with us. Mr. Chisholm would be taking fun pictures and you'd be getting lots of applause. So congratulations from afar. We look forward to having you serve in your roles with us at the school board. At this time, the school board will continue with the remainder of the agenda. Members from the audience who would like to speak to any of the items that have been pulled will be given 3 minutes to address the board. This will allow for each person to be heard and for the business before the board to be handled in the most expedient manner. May the chair please have a motion and a second on G1.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Rupert, second by Ms. Brinkworth. I have Ms. Alhadeff. Oh, wait, I'm sorry. Ms. Alhadeff, is there audience input, Mr. Moquin?
Madam Chair, there is no audience input.
Thank you very much. And Ms. Alhadeff.
Thank you. So I noticed that there are a lot of substitute teachers being hired today, and I just wanted to ask if they are being involved with doing professional development for e-learning.
Thank you for the question, Ms. Alhadeff. The substitutes that you see before you are serving in the role of interim substitutes. And yes, they are receiving the e-learning to provide the instruction to our students through that platform.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions, Ms. Alhadeff? No? Okay, thank you. I don't have any other colleagues and I don't see any hands up. So with that said, all those in favor of G1, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. G1 passes unanimously. May I please have a motion and a second on G2?
So move, Rupert.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Rupert, second by Ms. Alhadeff. Is there any audience input, Mr. Moquin?
Madam Chair, we received no public input on item G2.
Thank you, Mr. Moquin. I have Ms. Rupert.
Thank you. I would like to offer congratulations to Coconut Creek Elementary's Miss Westmoreland and Mr. Anderson on their retirement from Coconut Creek Elementary School. They were long time wonderful teachers at that school, taught all 3 of my kids. My children were blessed having had those as their teachers. And also I'd like to congratulate John Hendricks from Cross Creek on his retirement. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Rupert. Is there any additional questions? I don't see any hands up. With that, all those in favor of G2, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed say no. G2 passes unanimously. May I please have a motion and a second on G5?
So move, Ms. Murray.
Second, Dr. Osgood. Moved by Ms. Murray, second by Dr. Osgood. Mr. Moquin, any public input on G5?
Madam Chair, we received no public comment on item G5.
Thank you very much. I believe I have Ms. Murray.
No.
I don't?
It was me, Miss Good.
I'm sorry, it's Ms. Good. Oh, Ms. Murray, you motioned it. Sorry. All right, Ms. Good.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Just very quickly, I noticed throughout the document attached to the item, there were some positions related to athletics, and football in particular. I saw cheerleading, I believe. And I thought at the last meeting, we had some extensive conversations about that, and I wondered why they were included in this item. Are they different?
Thank you for the question, Mrs. Good. Alan Strauss, Chief HR and Equity Officer. From the discussion at last meeting, the direction that the board gave was we were going to communicate to the schools that the fall coaching supplements we would allow them to exist if they can happen in the e-learning environment. So the schools would make that determination. And then If determined so, we also agreed that they would receive the first half of their supplement, which would normally pay in October, and then we would pause the second half of the supplement until we actually were in the season, because we didn't, at that time, we did not know what that would look like. So normally they would get paid in October, and then I think again, like at the end of November, if the season gets delayed further, maybe it gets pushed to December, maybe it gets pushed to January. That will just move as the season begins. And then subsequently, the winter seasons might be delayed and the spring seasons might be delayed. I wouldn't know until that time comes.
So,
that's all of them now.
And thanks for the clarification and the reminder. And so, of those that are included within this document, I'm just am I to understand then that we have documentation in place? Because I know that there was specific information as to what exactly was going to be the expectations for these individuals. Should they be paid for interacting with the students, and was that done?
Right, that would be through Mr. Sullivan and Sean Sarah, I believe. So I don't know if Mr. Sullivan's.
I'm on. John Sullivan, task assigned Chief Portfolio Services Officer. Yes, Mr. Sarah did send a memo to the principals to outline some of the expectations of some of the coaches and other athletic positions on an e-learning environment. So they have that, and we can go ahead and send that to the board as well.
I guess my concern is I just want to make sure that A, the expectations are clear, and B, that we have some way of the school principals following up to make sure that those expectations are actually achieved. What I don't want to happen is an auditing problem of which individuals are being paid, yet there's no interaction with the students. So somehow or another, and I don't know if Mr. Runcie's still on the line.
So Dr. Wands is on, yes. Chief School Performance and Accountability
Hello,
Officer.
Dr.
Good
Wands.
morning. Good morning.
Where's your Miramar Patriot background? That's what I want.
My office, so it's okay. I don't have to hide. I'm just joking. So we did have a meeting last week, Friday, with all of the high school principals, the three high school cadre directors as well, because Dr. Shaw Roll was there as well. And so we did communicate the expectations, and then the two high school cadre directors will follow up with the high school principals to ensure that the necessary records for auditing purposes are on file at the school. So we will continue to monitor and check up with them.
Perfect. Thank you, Mr. Strauss, Mr. Sullivan, Dr. Wanza. Thank you so much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Good. I don't have anyone else on this item, and I don't see any hands up. So with that, all those in favor of G5, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. G5 passes unanimously. May I please have a motion and a second on E2?
So moved, Brinkworth.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Brinkworth, second by Dr. Osgood. Any audience input on E2, Mr. Moquin?
Madam Chair, we received no public comment on item E2.
Thank you very much. I have Miss, so we'll start with Miss Rupert.
Okay, I'm trying to grab it as to see. Okay, I guess I had a question about that there was, this is E2, right? We're asked to reject all proposals. And was this omission observed on May 18th or July 16th? So it's kind of confusing in the backup. Hello.
So this is Maurice Woods, Chief Strategy and Operations Officer.
I'm sorry, I'm trying to read my notes and listen. Go ahead, Mr. Woods.
Yep, can you all hear me and see me okay?
Yep, thank you.
Yep, so I will defer the specific questions around the timing to Ms. Coker.
Okay.
But what I will say as we bring this item forward in anticipation of some questions are really, we've identified, and our purpose and our intent is really to ensure that we're following the policy. This was an incident where our process was not followed. It was a human error, and that human error has been discussed with the individual involved. We've counseled the individual, and in collaboration with our business unit, department end user, we believe that it's in our best intent to reject this bid. We're going to expedite a new RFP to the board in late September, but this puts us in a position where we're adhering to both policy 3320 and 3330, which obviously is very important. The last comment that I'll make is that we recognize that it's important that we promote inclusion across all segments. IT is one of those segments that we have a significantly large spend in, and relatively small inclusion. So we're very conscientious and aware on items that come forward like IT and other commodities where we need to be vigilant in our inclusion of MWBE. So specific to your question, I will defer to Ms. Coker around the timing of the observation or identification.
Okay.
And thank you for
Mr. Woods.
allowing me to introduce.
Thank you, Mr. Woods. Thank you, Ms. Rupert.
Hi.
So I appreciate Mr. Woods' comments. That's indeed what transpired in this process. So we discovered that the API had not been requested from EDDC department after we received the responses. And that's the process. Our internal process is we receive the responses and we send them back to EDDC for them to review the responses. And when we sent them, the purchasing agent sent them to get reviewed, and then they realized that they had not requested the API. So we found out after the fact.
Okay, so that would be after the advertising date, which was May, and then the RFP opening date was July 16th. So it happened after May 18th and before July 16th?
No, it happened after the opening.
Okay, so after July 16th is the opening.
Yes, yes.
Okay.
It wasn't until we received all the responses, or we have a bid opening, we receive the responses, and once we receive the responses, we give the responses to our EDDC department so they can review the responses for minority participation. At that point was when we realized that we had not obtained an API prior to the advertisement.
Right, and I so appreciate that, besides what you just shared with us, as well as Mr. Woods. But I gotta say, this should be a checklist. It should be a checklist on every single thing, and you gotta check it off because we're all getting older. You gotta have the checklist and make sure that we're complying with everything. But more so with this particular endeavor, we have tried to rectify the situation with a gap within our MWBEs, and sorry, my dog feels very strongly about this, but it is extremely important, and it can easily be rectified with an SOP, or if it was an SOP, have a checklist for that. But I gotta say, I was very disappointed. I'm very happy that it was found and that it will be done again, but I believe it is definitely my belief, and I don't dare to speak to what my colleagues' belief is. I've heard every one of them singularly and collectively support these endeavors for our small minority businesses. So thank you for catching it. I just hope we get to that point where it is a checklist and everybody gets their fair share. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, I have Ms. Good.
I'm okay because Ms. Rupert asked all the best questions.
Okay, awesome. Thank you. Have Ms. Oladev.
Thank you. My question was also answered, but if maybe Mr. Katz, though, from the public looking on this, that we still support what the actual item is and the importance of it, and as much as fast as we can try to expedite this process for the safety of our students at our schools.
Good afternoon, Brian Katz, Chief Safety and Security Officer through the chair. In response to Ms. Aldeff, yes, I mean, this remains a priority. It's a priority for procurement. Ms. Coker and I have discussed this and how we plan to expedite this in order to continue to have it moving. Both grants that are effectively being rolled into our proposal for this particular RFP are several year implementation grants that we hope to be able to get done even faster, even shorter than the time frame that we had scoped out with the grant recipient. One of them is the school hardening grant, and then the other one is through one of the COPS grants. And so at the end of the day, again, it's a setback, but I think we will still be on schedule, and I'm comfortable that we'll still be able to advance this.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Then I have Ms. Brinkworth.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The bulk of my questions have been answered. I guess the only question that still remains for me is that schools that are waiting to proceed, I know that there were some schools that had funded projects outside of what the district was looking to do. Are they impacted by this?
No, this only impacts the projects that the district is doing.
Okay, and so I will, because it's kind of a safety issue, I'll have a conversation with you separately.
Sure, happy to.
Thank you.
Thank you. And so what is the time frame of getting this back out to the street? How much of a delay ultimately do we anticipate this being?
So if I may, I can respond to that. Thank you, Ms. Korn. We anticipate if the board approves the rejection of all bids today, for us to re-advertise this bid, if not tomorrow, the next day. And we are going to advertise the bid for 10 days. We've reduced the amount of time based on the fact that we've already received the responses. We don't anticipate to have much different respondents, apart from the fact that we're going to actually have an API included for subcontracting and minority participation. We're going to fast track it and are looking to bring it back to the board by the end of the month.
Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate that. I don't see any other hands up, and my other questions were answered. It was just the timing. All those in favor of E2, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed say no. E2 passes unanimously. May I please have a motion and a second on EE 1, 2, and 3?
So moved. Brinkworth. Second.
Moved by Ms. Brinkworth, second by Ms. Rupert. Any audience input on EE 1, 2, and 3? Mr. Moquin.
Madam Chair, we received no public comments on items EE1, EE2, or EE3.
Thank you very much. I will start with Ms. Bartleman. We can come back. Is Ms. Bartleman with us?
I'm here. I'm here.
Okay. All right, perfect.
Okay.
Do you want a moment? I can come back to you.
Come back to me. Go ahead.
Okay. So then we will have Ms. Rupert.
I will pinch it for Ms. Bartleman anytime. Okay, I'm referring to EE1. I was very happy to see the opportunities with, whoops, I forgot to put the video back on. There you go. I'm very happy with this, this item. It will be basically a screener for mental health issues with select grade levels and zones, including Marjorie Stoneman Douglas, Deerfield Beach, Dillard Boyd Anderson, and future sites. We hope to have the lower schools, elementary and middle grades as they move forward, so we can actually capture what's going on in the community from not just the high school level, but our young kids in middle grades certainly do experience the loss when something like this occurs in the neighborhood, in the family, and the kids, they all know each other. So I was very happy to see it. I support it, obviously. And let me see, I think the last one. That's it. That's it. I'm just very happy to see it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Rupert. Then I have Ms. Aldeff.
Oh, okay.
Thank you. I'm very happy to see this being brought forward. I do have a few questions regarding if there is a teacher or administrator that feels a student is in need of this screening anywhere in the district, do they have the opportunity to ask for the screening for that student?
Thank you for asking that question. And of course, we did have a population that we wanted to explore, but yes, they do. They can contact their counselor and make sure that if there's any concern at any time, they can ask for a mental health screening. And it doesn't necessarily have to be this one, but they can have that resource available to them.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
And this question is for Ms. Myrick. Ms. Myrick, do we have to get parent permission to do this screening before we do it?
That question was asked this morning. I think that it is appropriate that we can do an opt-in and opposed to being an opt-out, or an opt-out as opposed to being an opt-in. But I did talk to Ralph this morning, and I think that they need to have a very specific plan of how they are going to communicate to parents in multiple ways, both in terms of the robocalls, the written emails, a plan, and to give parents plenty of information of how they can do what they need to do. It needs to be a detailed plan in order to be able to do an opt-out kind of consent. It is allowable, but it's not something taken lightly. And so I think Ralph and certainly Dr. Hickman understand that this is something that needs to be done very appropriately and in detail. So,
if you would allow me
yes.
to, Ms. Aladef, I'd like to, if you don't mind, I'd like to follow up with Ms. Myrick. Just commented on a detailed plan would definitely involve not only just robocall, parent leak, emails. We could even because of the impact of this, we also see that we could have a parent meeting to discuss and answer questions in advance. We can, invite maybe a meeting of that population at the various schools so that everyone understands what it is, and to avoid confusing this with diagnosis of any sort. So we don't want to go down that road either.
Okay, thank you. And the last thing I just want to say is that we just need to be prepared when we get information that we're able to react to that, what that student might need, and make sure that we get them and provide them with the help that they need. And it's so important that there is a process put in place that we don't let any child down, and that we follow up thoroughly to make sure that they get the help that they need. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Aladef. I have Ms. Brinkworth.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Along the same lines of Ms. Aladef's question, my question was specific to, do we have staffing levels to support services for students after results are in? And so I know there has been some conversation around some previous items to the board and some workshops with regard to number of staff available and ability to hire staff. So I just want to have a clear indication from Dr. Hickman, from the superintendent, that either that we have the staffing levels currently, or that we have a plan in place to very quickly have the staffing levels needed.
So that's part of what went into us deciding to pretty much start with the smaller population of schools where we have already provided additional staffing to those schools. Like MSD, there's additional counselors, there's additional psychiatrists that have been assigned, and MSD, as well as Deerfield Beach, how we work with our community to just making sure that our students have the resources that are available. Yes, we've talked about the ratios, but we can say that at those schools with the population, and we only see a smaller percentage of the population that we plan to screen will need those services. So at this point, yes, and also with the Dillard and Boyd Anderson zone as well, we have provided additional resources there. So we feel confident that based on the screening that we'll be able to provide the needs, and to follow up with your other question about the robust plan to hire additional staff, we have probably somewhere around only 10 positions that are vacant from the referendum funds. and our mental health allocation assistance plan has been approved, and we have to make an addendum. So we are staffing according to that as well, and we'll continue to add staff as much as possible based on the funding that we have.
Okay, and then, thank you. And then the other question that I had, and you don't have to necessarily answer it at this time, but it's one of the things that I and several of my colleagues have asked for some time is when we layer a new initiative onto a school or we bring a new program, what is it that we are eliminating or removing, or how will it replace something because it's a better opportunity? And so I think, you know, when looking at the cost, currently, obviously, the cost is limited because it's limited to a certain population of schools. But thinking, you know, long term, what it looks like for the board, if this were something that the board were to consider for all students across all schools at $2 a student plus, you know, the additional training costs, that could be a large ticket item for the district. And so I was just thinking about what is being removed or could be removed as a layer that we don't feel is as effective as possibly this.
Well, what I'll say in terms of this particular item is that one of the reasons that we went with this item is because the ease of use, and it's not an excessive amount of work or resource that comes out from the school. The counselors, the psychologists, and the mental health staff will be providing this online assessment. They can do it virtually or they can do it face-to-face. But the benefit of doing it this way is there's no need to remove anything to do this particular screening.
I don't know if maybe you're not understanding what my question is. And so I'm not looking for an answer here today, but I am concerned as a board member, and I've heard my colleagues say, when we bring new initiatives and new opportunities to schools, that's great. We should always look to do that. But what are we looking at that currently exists that would have been to address these same needs or to answer these same questions that we then no longer need to use? And what we often do as a district is we add so many layers that it's difficult to differentiate what is the most effective and what is having the greatest impact. And so while this might not be the same as a program per se that we purchase, like an iReady or a Naviance or something like that, it still is a layer that we're adding, maybe in a different aspect of the student's academic life, but that is a layer nonetheless, not only for the schools, but also for the students. And so just finding out if there is already something that we do that will then no longer need to be done or purchased, that would be helpful. So you don't need to answer the question right now. It's just something that I am very concerned about as our district moves forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Bartleman.
I have a concern along similar lines. I know that you don't anticipate a lot of kids coming through the screening and being identified, but statistically, 1 in 4 children suffer from PSD. That's data given by the state and nationally, so that would be 25% of the students who were screened are potentially at risk. And so my concern is, what process have you put in place, a very clear, defined process as to what happens next as to when a student is identified? I think about our crisis when we were looking at students who were in crisis and we had issues with that process and there wasn't follow-up and clear paperwork and all of those issues. And we created an airtight process to make sure that everyone knew what their job was, what their role is once the child is identified of having a potential risk, and how we documented every step of the way at the school level to demonstrate that we were doing everything to meet the child's needs. So do you have some sort of procedure guide that you put in place? Because if we give the screening to all of the students, but we don't have an executed plan that's implemented consistently and with fidelity across the district, it's going to be a huge problem.
My response to that is the plan that's presented in September to the board shared how we were going to move forward with addressing mental health and social emotional learning throughout the district. And so one of the pieces that will help with ensuring fidelity that the board approved is the regional teams. In the past year, we've had a number of crises and we've responded to them without incident because we've had our regional teams, we had the support of our behavioral partners, our community partners. It goes on seamlessly with getting information about the student, getting the service in place, making sure that it's monitored, it's documented either in BASIS or is it documented in our database, and responding to that. And that's what is in place now. For this smaller population is going to be provided by the mental health workers or the mental health professionals at the schools. They will be able to receive this, the responses, the results from the screening immediately, and they'll be able to act on it immediately. That's what makes this particular process so innovative. I know that the request was to do something differently. This is something different, and exploring and having conversation with our neighbors to the north and the south. No one else is doing the mental health screening that we are doing. So
I'm not arguing against this. I love it. I need to hear you say that once the information is passed off, that you have a clear implementation guide as to what your regional team and all of those workers are to do and what their responsibilities are to link this child to services, because it will only take one child and one piece of paperwork that's not completed correctly or stuffed in a file folder and not logged in a computer to cause a problem. And that's not what we want, because we're in the business of helping kids. That's why we're doing this. So this has nothing to do with the merit of the program. I think it's amazing. I just need to hear that you have a thought out process as to how you're going to document services for the child and attempts for services and all of those things, just like the crisis team has a clear process. I didn't hear a mention of a procedural guide regarding this plan. Those are the kind of things I want to hear. I can't get into the day-to-day operations of the district, but I certainly am always held accountable when things aren't implemented correctly. So I just need to hear that you have thought a very clear process through that is documented in writing, that includes coding things in a computer, that we've made parent contact, that we've linked them with these services. I'm looking for that assurance.
Well, you have that assurance because we have that information already. Do we have we have written procedures that are followed, that will be followed, and that's your assurance. I mean, yes. So we do have that.
That's what I need to hear for this specific, which is different than the crisis team, because the crisis team is very, it's very specific. A lot of the changes came out of the MSD findings. So I just need to know that people are going to know what to do. And remember, the regional teams, I have a school, and I sent you an email where they don't even know the regional team member at the school who's stationed at the school. So I just hope that you as the director are following up on implementation. That's all I want to hear. I know we have all individual schools and people do their own thing. I just want to know that there's that clear check and balance system, and it seems you've assured me there is. So thank you.
Yes, you're welcome.
Okay, thank you. And then I'll just wrap up with my comments. First, I want to thank you for bringing this forward. I know we had talked about, and I had spoken with Mr. Runcie about the fact that I was hoping we were going to have something like this across the district. I really want this to be something where we have the ability in a very brief time frame to at least be able to identify those students, ones that may not have seem to have been at risk before. Circumstances are significantly different, and we don't end up losing an opportunity to interact as quickly as possible. Can we mute our microphones, please? Because I know I'm just hearing some background. Thank you very much. So I guess my question is, what do you see as next steps from this? How quickly do we potentially have something back to the district where we're going beyond this reach?
The reason that we're starting to look at a smaller group is so that we can see and identify where we need to grow, where we need to put our focus or our resources. So after this, really, you don't have to assess the students at the same time. They can all be assessed, and we'll have the results within 15 minutes after the assessment. And so we'll grow from there. We're looking at from this agreement, you'll see that we are doing an agreement for like 20,000 students. We're going to go from these 4 schools that we identified, and then maybe look at some lower grades based on what we find out from those schools, and then maybe come back to the board to go further. But I want to back up a few weeks that in our plan, the 4 guiding principles or pillars this year is social emotional learning, mental health, and mindfulness, and also equity embedded throughout what we do. I just want to remind the board that you've approved the process that we've gone through with Center Mind Body Medicine to focus on mindfulness, with most recently the Rethink Ed curriculum focused on social emotional learning, and that looks at most of our students in our, we say, tier 1 or level 1 and 2. The next level of is this group, which is a smaller population that will require more services. So the next part to respond to your question is the next we'll look at another group, and we'll look at another group, but we didn't see how the mental health screening of the entire district was a need based on just the data as far as who would specifically need it. But we do know that the schools we selected have been significantly impacted by trauma.
Yes, and I concur with where you started the program and totally understand it being a pilot. I guess I was just looking to have that conversation about how we do, because I may be one student at a school that hasn't had a lot of tragedy, but my own circumstances may not reflect that. And so I may be that one student that needed this opportunity for someone to identify that I need more services. So,
well, we have something in place, Ms. Corn. I'd like to share with the community and those listening that as recent as last week, we've created an application for students specifically where they can self-identify, raise their hand, make a request, and it's right on their login, their single sign-on. And so if they want to talk to a counselor, they can access that and information and as well. So that's another step.
Okay. Well, each thing that we do obviously is just more support for our students. But again, this is obviously different than that, right? Kind of on a self-report. But I appreciate you bringing this forward and look forward to having the opportunity to look at more of this. Have you identified that within your budget for this coming year, you would potentially be able to expand this? Or is this going to be something where you would probably have to look for additional money in your budget?
There may be, as you mentioned, referendum. There may be some more remaining funds in referendum to expand on this. And so,
okay. All right, perfect. Thank you very much. I don't see any other hands up. So with that, all those in favor of EE 1, 2, and 3, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Those opposed say no. EE 1, 2, and 3 pass unanimously. May I please have a motion in a second? So before I do this, I got a note that Miss Rupert, you were maybe muted when you were asking for F1. We did not pull F1. It went forward on the consent agenda. Did you need F1? Because if so, we need to reopen the agenda.
No, I had just had a question about what we received. So I don't know if I could do it now or just write a note.
No, yeah, I would ask that you write a note just because it's already been approved on the consent.
Perfect.
But if you need us to reopen the consent, we can bring it forward.
Through the chair, this is Dan Gold, Chief Academic Officer. I will be happy to respond to Ms. Rupert's question to the entire board. Ms. Rupert would like to send it to me. I'm certainly happy to do it that way as well, but it is the board's pleasure as to whether to reopen.
I will do that, and I'm fine with that, Ms. Corn. I apologize. I'm having technical difficulties besides my voice.
No, Dr. Wanza just mentioned that you were trying, and I didn't see it, so I just wanted to make sure that I asked.
Thank you.
With that, may I please have a motion and a second on I-1?
So moved.
Moved by Dr. Osgood, second by Ms. Rupert. May I have any audience input in Mr. Moakland?
Madam Chair, we received no public comment on item I-1.
Okay, thank you very much. And to my colleagues, I have Ms. Brickworth.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just really quickly on page 85, where we have the numbers for mandatory compliance courses, If, as a follow-up, it could just be provided to the board, the percentages, I would appreciate it. Thank you.
Absolutely. We'll take care of that today.
Thank you very much. Seeing no other hands up, all those in favor of I-1, please indicate by saying aye.
Wait.
Wait, I'm sorry.
This is Rupert. I did say I needed this. I don't know what happened.
Okay. This was the other one, Dr. Wanza. I knew there was a second one. She said that I missed your hand because I think you were muted. So I apologize. Ms. Rupert?
Thank you. I would just ask, as somebody who has clear ADA issues here, trying to differentiate between grayer, and the grayest. So, and I say this a lot, it would be helpful, and I don't know how to do it for a cost effective, but I physically cannot make out like page 78. It's just too hard for me to differentiate. Now I will comment on the item itself, which is, I support it. I think it's pretty clear. And I wanted to also give, as usual, which I usually do, professional development certification program for an alternate certification for educators. That's how you got me. So I became a teacher and then a board member. So a pretty good program, I would think, that downtown initiated calling people that were on long-term subs to get, I guess, a backfill of those future educators in the world. So just a little plug for them. And thank you so much. Okay.
Okay, thank you. With that, all those in favor of I-1, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. I-1 passes unanimously. May I please have a motion and a second on J1?
So moved, Ms. Good. Second.
Moved by Dr. Osgood, second by Ms. Good. Audience input, Mr. Moquin.
Madam Chair, we received no public comment on item J1.
Thank you very much. I have Ms. Alhadeff. No, wait a minute. Sorry. J1, I have Ms. Rupert.
Yes. And my comment is the same for both of them. If you look through the documents, asking if they were going to renew the contract, et cetera. Of course, there's no page numbers, but certain, like this one is the Lego construction company, and they're, yes, wanting to renew the contract, but they also left the other informational boxes empty, and 4 of them wound up doing that. I know it doesn't affect the contract aspect of it, but I think it gives us an invaluable amount of information. Do we then reach out to them for informational purposes, or they're just not going to look at this? You see what I'm saying?
Yes, I'm Frank Girardi, Executive Director, Capital Program. Yes, I see what you're talking about here, that they did not check those. These come from procurement, so I'm wondering if Shari Francis is on here and she could give some credence to whether they need to be checked or not.
Good afternoon. I don't think Shari is on the line. What J item is this? I'm sorry.
It's J1 and J2, but the one with Lego is J1.
Yes, that first one I'm talking to. Asset builders, Lego. I don't want to mention all the names of the companies because I love them all. I don't want to do that. So I just had noticed that the boxes were empty in some and not in the other. Granted, the part that they had to fill out, they did, because it says, please indicate below. But then the next one starts with informational purposes. When going to our board for approval of this, if this is not renewed and SBPC goes out for a new contract or a new agreement, please indicate what you're going to do or if it's going to be. So I think it gives us a level of information. I don't know if we meant to have everybody fill that part out. And I know it doesn't make an issue with the contract because they've already signed the part that does that. It just caught my attention, that's all.
Right, it's just the renewal letter.
Right, well, that 4 of these people did not do. You know what? I don't want to spend any more time on this. I'll I'll do online with probably Ms. Coker. She can get to the bottom of this. All right, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I don't have any hands up, and I didn't have anyone else on this item. All in favor of J1, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Those opposed say no. J1 passes unanimously. May we please have a motion and a second on J2?
So moved, Rupert.
Second, Ms. Good.
Moved by Ms. Rupert, second by Ms. Good. Audience input, Mr. Moquin, on J2.
Madam Chair, we received no public comment on item J2.
Thank you very much. I have Ms. Alhadeff.
Thank you. So my question is with the renewal letters, why is there, for the percent of increase, some are not available, some are left blank, some are 20%, 3%?
So with the renewals, and again, I'm going to give a shout out at this. This is handled by Sherry Francis, and unfortunately, she's not on the meeting, but I will try to handle. And if not, we can, by the request of the board, we can provide a follow-up. When we send out renewal letters, the vendors have the options to fill out the option they prefer. And in this case, you'll see the difference between vendors that decided to not increase, some that they're going to have an increase, and that's basically at their criteria that they decide to, by which they're willing to extend their agreement. So I can follow up if you wish as to the difference between them and why they're different answers, if that's the will of the board.
So this is their renewal letter, but this isn't the actual contract. That will come to us separately. So that if there was going to be an increase, that would be in the contract, correct?
Yes, that would have been stipulated in the contract, yes.
Okay. I don't know. I guess for me, I just don't, I feel like that it should be filled out. It's like it's incomplete. We're voting to.
So I'm being told that Shari's going to join us shortly. I've requested for her to join.
I'm here.
Great, Shari, thank you. Can you please chime in? I appreciate it.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the question. I think it's something about the renewal letter, that something is incomplete on the renewal letter. Are you speaking about the bottom portion that says, if you were to renew, it's on, what would it be?
No, it's indicating that there would be a price increase in the new agreement, and the percent of that increase, some left it blank, some put not available, some put 20%.
Yeah. So some of the firms declined to include that information, even though we did do follow-ups and requests and asked them to do exactly what you would want, because we figured this is information, we have it there for a reason, and the board would be interested in that information. However, they declined to provide it. But do know that we did try and we did follow up, we did request, but we unfortunately weren't able to, put their hand to paper, if you will.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Then I have Ms. Rupert.
Same question as J1, but I want to let you know I don't need to do a renewal letter because Sherry just answered it at the same time she did Ms. Alhadeff. So thank you, Sherry, for showing up here. Yeah, you got it.
Okay, thank you. I don't have any hands up. I am going to follow up, though. I know in the past, and this is something I've referred to in some other things that we've done in terms of responses from vendors, but we have included that there are certain responses that are required for you to be responsive, right? And so I think what Ms. Alhadeff is trying to get at is why are you allowed to submit this with missing information and it still be considered received and complete? And so, when I fill something out, if you tell me, usually there's little red asterisks, these are required. And then there's others, which if I'm in a good mood, I might tell you. But in this case, I guess the question is, how relevant is that information? If it's very relevant to us, then I think there should be some reference to the fact that all sections must be completed, or these sections must be completed. If it's not that important to us, then obviously it could remain, I guess, as it is, and people can make that decision. But I think Ms. Oliveff is trying to get to the point of, why is this not something that is required? Why do we accept it with it being blank?
Okay, we can definitely take that note and make it a required field in the future. We didn't really present that to the firms in a required manner. The first part is required. The second part was information that we were trying to collect, somewhat of a survey, if you will. But we can definitely make it a mandated field in the future and ensure that we communicate without a response to the entire renewal letter. You will not move forward to the board and be presented for renewal.
So I guess this would be my comment. And again, this is not me sharing Ms. Oliveff. I'm just going down the path in which I think she was trying to do. I am not saying that I think it should be mandatory. What I'm asking, I guess, is, to her point, it is here. We accept it without the information. Is it relevant? Do we need it? If we don't need it, then don't make it mandatory. But if it is something that makes a significant difference for us, then it would make sense for it to be mandatory. And you all run this department, so we would need your direction as to whether or not it is a required piece of information for us to be successful in this area.
So through the chair.
Sorry,
sorry,
Mr. Wood, sorry.
It's my apology. So through the chair, if you will allow, we would like to take this offline and take a look at it. I think your point is well received. The letter does actually mention the RFQ. So there is a direct linkage to that. But then there's also a line on it that says this is not part of the actual contract.
Right.
So I just think we need to take it back and either tweak the letter or tweak the requirements, expectations around this. And if you'll allow us, we'll do that. Thank you.
That would be ideal. I think that accomplishes what Ms. Oliveff was looking for. And I think we actually may have referenced this once before in the past, but didn't really get to this level of the conversation. So if you would, at your direction, Mr. Woods, and thank you, Sherry, for that feedback. Is there any additional comments on J2? Seeing none, all those in favor of J2, please indicate by saying aye.
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 All those opposed say no.
No.
J2, no, Ms. Oliveff voted no. Thank you. J2 passes with one no vote. May I please have a motion and a second on L1?
So moved by Ms. Murray.
Second, Rupert.
Moved by Ms. Murray, second by Ms. Rupert. Mr. Moquin, is there any public input on L1?
Madam Chair, we received no public comment on item L1.
Okay, thank you. I have, let's see, Ms. Brinkworth.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to make sure that we are not having a static approach to the 7 school board member districts, and that it's understood or written somewhere that as redistricting occurs, the 7 zones would be adjusted accordingly.
John Sullivan, Task Assigned Chief over Portfolio Services. I think we have Mr. Akabuso. I believe that is in the documentation. Chris, is that correct that when redistricting occurs, those proposed 7 areas would be adjusted accordingly?
Yes, if I recall, I think it's in the policy. I'll double check, but we have that, we're supposed to be pretty much addressing that in the policy, not in the agreement. And that policy is coming to you for, well, we have the rulemaking on the 22nd, and then sometime in October, we're going to bring a formal board item. We'll make sure that that language is there. I remember we talked about it.
So, Ms. Brinkworth, there's 2 things going on simultaneously. You have the agreement between us and the county, and then you have us suggesting the policy, the school board policy, which is going to come to you and the board again. So we'll make sure that is delineated in that documentation.
Okay, because I didn't see it in the agreement. I assumed it was going to be in the policy, but we're doing the agreement prior to the change in the policy.
Yes, if through the chair and John, yeah, the policy, because we're trying to straddle between what we're doing and the county. And so the county is pretty much going to take action on the same language and this agreement. So more so it's going to be in the policy.
Okay.
You're correct. As a summary, you're correct.
Okay. And I just want to, I guess the question then would be just to ensure that that wouldn't create any issue moving forward.
No, it will not.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Brinkworth. Now I have Ms. Good.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. So my question is, I know that part of the backup was a schedule calendar of events. I know that this was before the county commission and it was rescheduled so that this meeting could occur. This meeting wasn't originally part of the listed meeting schedule. So will the county be having 2 additional meetings, an initial public hearing and then a subsequent adoption hearing?
So the county, under their regulations, they're only going to have the one meeting, which I believe is the 21st, 22nd, Mr. Arcabuso?
The county, Mrs. Good, thank you for the question.
Mm-hmm.
The county commission, they're positioned to set the public hearing on September 10, which is next week, potentially to have the public hearing on September 22nd. For changing the land development code, it's only one public hearing. For development review is 2. So this is just going to be 1.
Okay, because the reason I ask is because originally and in the backup that you had provided us, it had the county commission set for 2 meetings. One on the 25th, and then I misplaced a piece of paper, and then a subsequent meeting. So there were 2 scheduled.
Correct.
So there's the public hearing, and then there's the formal adoption by the commission.
Correct.
Which is on the 10th.
So Mrs. Good, on what you have, unfortunately, because the county was supposed to set the public hearing on August the 25th, so they moved that. So that's what you saw, and then the adoption on September 10. So now they've deferred setting the public hearing on September 10, and then the public hearing on September 22nd.
Okay.
So to your point, Mrs. Good, the documentation you have does not reflect that change, and it should.
Okay, so as long as it's okay, they only have 1 subsequent meeting. They already had one on the 25th and deferred the item. I just want to make sure. And then in regard to, and again, I appreciate staff's hard work. I know that our staff and the county staff has been in collaboration and making some tweaks to the document. I serve on the oversight committee along with 2 of my colleagues. So this is an important matter that really needs support from the county commission. We could do all we want on our side, but ultimately they are the ones that have to vote and accept this this ordinance. So I'm certainly supportive of everything. Question, does the oversight committee have to review all these changes that have been made in the interim?
So I believe the changes are aligned to the oversight committee's work, but I think Ms. Myrick is on if she wants to discuss that, since I know some of the cadre attorneys worked on this as well.
Great.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Good. I reviewed this, the actual initial change with Alan Gabriel, who I believe is the attorney for the Oversight Committee, and works on this. And we made another tweak to it after it came to me. And he said to me that he believes that this is in line with what the Oversight Committee, what their overall meaning was, and it was in line with what they wanted to have done.
Okay, so I would just ask that maybe someone on staff prepare some kind of memorandum to the Oversight Committee chair and members, just to let them know what has transpired in the meantime, and how the matter, depending on what happens today, the matter is going to be going before the county commission with these pertinent amendments or whatever. I just want to make sure that we're covered and all the individuals that have been involved on this long process, are updated as to all the changes. I love that, Ms. Myrick. So, yes.
I'm happy to work with Ms. Meyer to get that communication out to the Oversight Committee.
Okay. And then staff will be there at the county commission subsequent to our board action today?
Yes, we will. We'll be present at that meeting.
And my last point was when the county, did the county discuss the item at all when it was before them last week?
Chris?
Through the chair, yes, they did. I actually signed up to speak. The county, the two concerns from the county, there was Commissioner Geller. Unfortunately, he kept saying that the increase was 800%, so I corrected it was 49%. School impact fee increase and all the work we've done with affordable housing. Then the second concern was, I think it was Commissioner, can't remember his name. Anyway, he was concerned that the school board hasn't taken action on this agreement and wanted to see commitment. So I assured them, and they know the county attorney said, we're taking action on September 1st, which is today. So those two concerns were the only thing they expressed, but they wanted to be comfortable and then deferred. And that those were the only comments.
Okay, great. Well, I just, certainly I'm sure this board is committed to having this adopted. Impact fees are certainly provide funding for us within our capital. So I really appreciate the update, Mr. Akabuso, and so hopefully they will be supportive of it. And then one last question is, depending on their action, if they were to make any changes to the document, does it come before us again, or essentially their approval is the final approval in this long journey?
Mrs. Wright, I don't know if you want to speak to that.
I believe that their approval is the final approval, and it would probably not come back to us.
And that's what I figured. Thank you. Just wanted to make sure that everyone that was listening understood that. So thank you to staff. I really appreciate the update. Thanks.
Good.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I don't see any additional hands up. So all those in favor of L1, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. L1 passes unanimously. May I please have
Ms. Korn, and I'm sorry, just real quick. I didn't make a motion, but I just want to make sure that something is sent to the Oversight Committee members regarding the various changes. Is that okay? I didn't think it needed to be a motion, but I want to understand that will be done.
Yeah, I don't think it needs to be a motion. If staff can confirm that we're going to be sharing that.
It'll be a board follow-up, so we'll do.
Yes.
Oh, thank you.
Perfect. Thank you. Okay, and so with that, all those in favor, I'm sorry, if I give a motion a second on L2.
So moved.
Second by
Moved by Ms. Good, second by Ms. Murray. If I have any audience input, Mr. Moquin.
Madam Chair, we received no public comment on item L2.
Thank you. May I have any, let me see, discussion so far? I have Ms. Alhadeff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question is, do we have a date of when we'll permit access for people to go into our facilities that are leasing from our schools?
Through the chair, again, John Sullivan, task assigned Chief Portfolio Services Officer. So we don't have an established date, but what we're trying to do is mirror when we give access to our students, when we'll give access to outside partners. So in terms of the outdoor facilities, if we're able to start athletics on September 21st, as the superintendent indicated, for voluntarily workouts and conditioning, then at that point we will consider allowing outside entities to have access to outside facilities. Once we go to a hybrid model and our students are back in brick and mortar, then we will consider allowing them to use the inside facilities. What we don't want to do is give them access to facilities when our students don't have that access. So we're going to try and mirror as best as possible as we continue to the next model of the reopening.
And let me just also add to that. So depending on what happens in each and every school in terms of the model that we have to implement, as we've indicated before, we're going to try to utilize as much of the space in the school as possible to maximize the opportunities for full day, 5 days a week for everyone. To the extent that we do that, we're going to have spaces in the school that may have been traditionally utilized by external partners, and having them bring in groups of people, on the weekends or whenever the agreement calls for. We're going to have to take a look at that, because I don't want to create an environment that puts our kids and teachers at risk because we've got overuse of a particular space in the school. So I just want to say we're not automatically going to just allow folks to come back. We're going to have to look at our schools on a case-by-case basis to make a determination on that.
Thank you, Mr. Runcie. And to your point, are we going to require them to pay for maybe a special type of cleaning after that they're finished?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, whatever we had before can't possibly apply today. As we know, we're going to be spending millions of dollars to put in the appropriate protocols for cleaning and hygiene. And that's, and again, when you have larger volumes of people potentially coming in to the school, depending on the spaces that they touch and come into, that just creates an additional challenge for us and risk that, again, I want to be able to review that on a case-by-case basis, and also consult with staff and our public health officials to see what's even appropriate before we make a commitment to just opening schools to third parties. We're just not there at this time.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I don't have any, I'm sorry, I have Miss Good.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you to my colleague for her questions. Actually, my questions are along those same lines. I didn't see anything in the reciprocal agreement that deals with procedures right now, especially if a city were to utilize one of our facilities and someone at the facility is identified as COVID positive. What protocols are going to be put in place so that we be advised, what cleaning protocols are going to be put in place should it occur. I don't believe that we should have to absorb those costs, and I think it should be very spelled out. I don't see it in this document, and I'm sorry, I noticed it this morning, or I would have liked to know before ahead of time. But and I know that we have these reciprocal use agreements with many municipalities, but since this is a new one, and in light of everything that's going on, I just really believe that either some kind of MOU needs to be established that goes with every reciprocal use that we have. But I don't want us to think that this is what will happen should something happen, and then we don't have anything in writing that says these are our expectations.
So through the chair, and if staff can comment, if this isn't time sensitive, I think that's a great point. I'd like to be able to take this item back and provide those kind of enhancements and clarity to the document, which I think are absolutely important before the board considers it for approval.
To add to the superintendent, we could definitely bring this back, because again, no one's has access to our facility, so we can bring it to the next board meeting. Chris, okay. Is that?
Yes, yeah. Can I, through the chair, if I can speak, unfortunately, this agreement we put in the executive summary will expire on September 26th. The city, because the city took time because of the remote working, couldn't get it back to us on time. So we stated that. So the city, my understanding, they're planning to take action on the 3rd, which is in 2 days. We have section, because again, nobody's allowed, there's language, nobody's allowed to utilize the facility. We're just bringing these agreements so that they don't expire, right? So we sent letters to all of the cities with reciprocal use agreement, recreational license agreement. In the agreement, Mrs. Good, we have section 3.23, which is also force majeure. We started putting the language about pandemic and all that stuff. So even though, and we worked with Mrs. Merrick's office, so because of the pandemic, we have that actual language that nobody can utilize the facility. So it's up to the board and through the superintendent. I just wanted to point out it's going to expire. We can communicate with the city, and I'm not sure what the next board item is going to be. We can always work. to add something, but I just wanted to at least share that
No,
information.
I appreciate you sharing that, Mr. Akabuso. I guess that paragraph alone, to me, it's not that if everything was fine and they would be using our facilities, I have absolutely no problem. I'm very supportive of having a reciprocal use for the city of Oakland Park. What I don't want to happen is there's any type of misunderstanding of what would occur. I think we owe it to our students and staff to know that should the city use our facility for any reason and someone is identified as being COVID positive, that we have some established process of who they need to identify. I understand that there's protections on that individual, but our district should be immediately notified that that did occur and that they will end up having to take up cleaning the school site for wherever they were at. That should not fall on us. And I think it needs to be spelled out, not with this, just with this one, but with every other reciprocal use agreement that we have throughout this county. Hopefully, it's not going to be something that will ever come to pass, but I think that it's something that we're going to have to consider with every agreement that we have with all the municipalities. And I just think we just can't take on this cost. And it's going to happen, believe me, it's going to happen that someone will test positive and then we'll have to, I want to make sure we know exactly what's going to happen after that. So Mr. Runcie, I don't know if you wanted to say anything. Did you want to say anything?
Yes, if you the board decide to entertain and approve this, I would suggest that you amend it to add some language that we would be coming back with some type of amendment that would incorporate the health and safety protocols that we know are necessary. And then we would come back to the board in short order at a minimum before any external entity would utilize our facility.
Okay. I don't know if it's appropriate this time. I mean, I would ask that this be deferred. I know that you're going to probably have to bring back a substitute item, but that this agreement be deferred to include language regarding procedures surrounding anyone testing for COVID or other communicable disease, and cleaning provisions should that occur during the time the city utilizes our property.
So through, if I may, Superintendent, so again, this agreement is in front of you because it's expiring. We have several of these agreements in place already. So I don't know if I see Ms. Myrick's on. Maybe a better approach is to have MOUs with the cities that we have joint use agreements. Because again, we have a variety of these agreements that are already in place. You're just seeing this one because it's about to expire.
Yeah, I would suggest, this is Barbara Myrick. I would suggest that you go ahead and pass this agreement and the staff comes back with a general MOU policy or an amendment that we could use for every reciprocal agreement instead of having to bring every one of them back. And note that we will add those to all of the reciprocal agreements or all of the groups that we have the reciprocal agreements, but we also have the leasing documents and all of that, and that it should be added to any organization that uses our facilities. And therefore you could deal with it in one time, and not as a policy, but as an amendment. And then we would use that same language for any organization that uses our facility in any manner.
Well, Ms. Myrick, I totally, that sounds very clean and makes total sense. But if we approve this today and then have an MOU and the city says no.
Well,
I just want to be clear that I do not want any facility being open for these reciprocal use agreements without benefit of then an MOU. And I don't know how we accomplish that.
If I may,
you would be able to cancel this agreement because of the force majeure paragraph in there. And so you would be able to cancel it immediately. I think that most of these that I didn't look at this one immediately, I mean, recently, but most of them also have a 30-day notice for not for cause that we could cancel within that period of time.
So would that be coming before the board?
Yes, I would want the board to approve whatever that amendment would be. And then therefore you would not have to approve every amendment that, you know, I mean, we probably have 50 of these. You wouldn't have to approve 50 different agreements. You would already have the boilerplate approved, and then you could, we could proceed on that account. And when we bring that back, I would recommend that, you know, doing that you authorize the superintendent to make those amendments to those contracts so he can do that under his signature, so that they don't have to come back before you.
Well, I find that an acceptable recommendation. I really appreciate all of you for indulging me in this, and hopefully the outcome will be one that, you know, the district's protected should that happen. So thank you to all.
Thank you. I have Ms. Bartleman.
Runcie. I was very happy to hear that you were going to do all of this on an individual case-by-case basis, and I wanted to know about working. We know that Children's Services Council funds aftercare programs for our most vulnerable students, which is totally free for them and their families and includes dinner. So on a case-by-case basis, will we be working with them specifically to get those children those services?
Yes, that would apply to our before care and after care program providers.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, because if they're servicing students who are already in our schools, I just think we need to figure out how we manage that process.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure, because I know one of the issues we had this summer was we couldn't open the schools for them to take advantage of the facilities for the camps.
Right, we can open a school for anyone, so we're not going to open the school for them.
But when we can open, I want to make sure that we are getting to the neediest populations and making our facilities available, which it sounds like you intend to do. So thank you.
Okay, I don't see any other hands up. So with that, all in favor of L2, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. L2 passes unanimously. Did I hear no? Okay. May I please have a motion and a second on L3, LL1, LL2, LL3, and and LL4.
So move, Ms. Good.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Good. Second by
Rupert.
Thank you, Ms. Rupert. And there any public input on L3 as well as LL1 through LL4, Mr. Moquin?
Madam Chair, we received no public comment on items L3 or LL1 through LL4.
Thank you very much. With that, I will go to my colleagues and Ms. Bartleman.
Yeah, I was just concerned about I know that the temporary rate increase is due to COVID-19 pandemic, but that's like the exact time when families can't afford a rate increase. So did we look at this? And also, we know that many students, as it pertains to our own before and after care programs, they're not like Children's Services Council, which are totally free and funded. And a lot of times I've heard issues with students being able to get scholarships or the reduced costs they need on the sliding scale. So how are we going to address those issues, especially with this rate increase?
Sure, through the chair. John Sullivan, Task Assigned Chief Portfolio Service Officer. So we are very sensitive to the increase. We know it's anytime we increase fees, it's a hardship, especially given the economic situation. Unfortunately, it is a fee-based program, and with the social distancing and other guidelines, the ratio to staff to student has to decrease. So we have to account for that in the increase. I will tell you, we are lower than some other school districts that have also increased. So we are not charging the most by any stretch of the imagination. To your point on the scholarships, we are continuing that practice. So hopefully for the very neediest populations, we're able to afford that opportunity to them.
So I guess my question is, because this is going to be a hardship for a lot of families now, how are you going to increase the number of scholarships? Because a lot of those scholarships were funded through the fee-generated programs. Because a lot more people are going to need access to those scholarships, number one. So what's going to be the cutoff and the cap? And then two, how are you going to determine, since it's a lower pupil to staff ratio, the cutoff for if you have a whole school, that population that wants to attend aftercare, like their normal population, and we can't do that, and you can't find staff, is it going to be a lottery system to participate? How is that going to work for parents?
In terms of the scholarship, there's a percentage of the fee that goes towards that purpose. So I'm not sure if the amount of scholarships will necessarily increase unless the number of students who participate in that program increases. Your last question, Dr. Gablin, are you on? Are you able to address that?
Thank you very much, Mr. Sullivan. Thank you, board members. I am here, Deborah Gavlin, Director for the Before and After School Child Care Department. Ms. Bartleman, to answer your question, we, and working with our budget office, we were able to roll over from last year our scholarship fund. So we do have a reserve that is used for covering the cost for ADA compliance for nurses. We have to have on sites, as well as for additional staff, and those monies come from those parent fees. So as we increase in the school board operated program, we will continue to collect a small portion to go into that fund to help those families that need it.
Okay, and then how are you going to determine who has access to the program?
We have, first of all, made a question on the registration for first responders and critical need families and parents that are working. Of course, it's based on the amount of staff that we currently have. And we have lost more than, I believe, 70% of the returning staff because these were all part-time temporary positions. So we're going to need to do a lot of hiring. But again, it's going to be based on the amount of students enrolling, and it's going to be first come and as they apply for the program.
So that's my concern, because I could see a flood of emails of people who don't get access. So I don't know how you're going to do first come, first serve when we're all turning in our paperwork to the school the same day. So
well, they have to go online to register, and they receive a number that puts them into the lottery.
Okay, so then they'll be in the lottery.
Yes.
Okay. I just want to make sure it's a fair process when I get contacted, because those calls are going to come in.
Absolutely, Ms. Barlow. Yeah. So, the good news is we do have a lot of off-sites that we're working with through the Children's Service Council, the Early Learning Coalition, as well as many of our cities that have opened up programs they never had before. And a lot of them, they also created funding for those programs to help families. So we're hoping that with our collaboration with our partners, that we're going to be able to meet a lot of the families' needs this time. And that wasn't always the case.
Okay, and I just hope that there's a time when this will sunset if possible.
Me
because
too.
The agenda item says due to COVID-19, and I just have a feeling 3 years from now that little line will be gone and we'll be at the same rates. Okay.
No, I know, absolutely care about our families.
I know.
And I don't, and I want to make sure our rates are as low as possible. I mean, we worked really hard with the budget office to put the possible bottom line in. And that was, even that wasn't, made us happy, but we did work with all of those, our partners, to see if this was acceptable. The Early Learning Coalition said we were still lower than many of the private offsite locations.
And I just want to say that you do an amazing job, and you especially do an amazing job when we have issues with ESC students trying to get access to the aftercare programs and you making sure their needs are met. So I just want to highlight your hard work. So thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much, Ms. Bartleman.
Okay, so I also have Ms. Levinson.
Thank you. My question was on item LL3.
Yes.
And it's a new sort of agreement between a city-owned facility that has previously had vendors running it, and there's now an agreement with one of our schools. And I wanted to find out, do we have any other agreements like this with any other cities?
Through the chair? Yes, I'm going to ask Mr. Akabuso, are you aware of any other agreements similar to these?
No, ma'am, we don't. Again, Chris Akabuso, no, we don't. This is kind of new, and the principal had approached us, and they will. This is going to be a good revenue source for the school, but we don't, to my knowledge.
Okay, and so how did we settle on the percentage that was to be given to the city? What was it based on?
Again, as you see, the city will only retain 20%. Again, the principal pretty much was having this discussions with the city. I'm not really privy, I hate to say that, what it was based on, but as you will see, majority of the revenue is going to be going to the school, which is 80%.
Okay, when we come up with a new sort of agreement, though, I'd like to know how the percentage is established. Did we look at other places that do this, or was it just an arbitrary percentage that was agreed upon? Why not 10%? Why not 5%? Why not 15%?
Point well taken. Again, when we looked at this, again, staff wasn't involved in these negotiations in terms of what they're trying to do, but we saw that a larger percentage was going to the school. So we felt it was at least a higher dollar amount, but definitely we can take a look at that.
Through the chair, if I may. Mr. Runcie, if it's okay with you, I apologize for not being able to answer those questions and would like to bring this to the next board meeting.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Okay, can I give a motion to defer?
I'd like to motion to defer
Hand
the
up.
item
Hello.
to the next board meeting.
Ms. Myrick?
Okay, well, we have a motion first, so we're going to entertain the motion. Is there a second on the motion?
Second.
Second by Dr. Osgood. Discussion, Ms. Myrick?
I don't have any discussion.
Ms. Korn, it was me.
A question.
Madam Chair?
Okay, Ms. Good?
Yes, it's just you didn't ask for anybody else's comments. I just want to make sure before it was deferred that maybe you can
Take other, so we would have to separate this because it would just be LL3, and right now they're all together.
Okay.
So I'm pausing. Did you want to make other comments on LL3?
Yes, I did. I appreciate Ms.
Specific.
Levinson's comment.
Okay.
I just wanted to add to that.
All right, I apologize, guys. Honestly, I didn't have anyone listed for these items, so I didn't realize I was mixing the conversation. So if we want to just pause for a second, Ms. Levinson, would you be agreeable to make a motion to separate? Can you, if you would remove that motion so we can just separate?
Sure, I will remove that motion and make a motion to separate item LL3.
I'll second that.
Okay, so Dr. Osgood, you were the second to LL3. Is that okay if we remove that motion?
Yes.
Thank you. So the new motion is to separate LL3 made by Ms. Levinson, seconded by Ms. Good. All those in favor of separating LL3, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Perfect. So we're now going to speak to LL3. And Ms. Levinson, can I ask you to pause for a moment if Ms. Good wanted to share something on LL3 before?
No
Thank
problem.
you. Ms. Good, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Ms. Korn. And I hadn't put my hand up earlier, but once I heard Ms. Levinson's comments, I just wanted to add something else to it. And also I heard comments from Mr. Akabuso. So who negotiated this contract?
Chris, you're muted. Through the
You're
chair.
on mute, Mr. Akabuso.
Mr. Akabuso.
I'm sorry. This was brought for through the chair. This was brought. Oops.
I'm sorry, Chris. Through the chair, I'm sorry. Ms. Good, do you mind? I need to really understand what this item is better. That's why I'm asking for the consideration to defer it so I can understand how we got to this item. So I'm able to.
I appreciate that. And my reason for asking that question is because Mr. Akabuso himself said that this was not negotiated by staff. And I am extremely, extremely concerned about that comment.
I think it was school-based.
I just want to say, that's all I'm going to say, is that any agreement between the school district and another municipality should be negotiated through the department that handles these types of agreements. And so I'm extremely concerned about that comment. And that's all I'll say. So thank you, and I hope to get more information.
Trudy, Chair, can I just clarify my comment?
Okay.
The principal, Mr. Sierra, who's the director of athletics, and we pretty much coordinated with the principal and then worked with the school principal at the real estate department. So,
Mr. Acquabuso, I'm going to help you here, and I'm going to let Miss Levinson defer this before we go down this path.
Jump in now and defer the
Okay.
item.
And I'll second that.
More.
Yes.
I'll second that.
Levinson has made a motion to defer, and Ms. Good has seconded. With that, any discussion on the motion? All those in favor of deferring to the next school board meeting, which will be, when is our next school board meeting?
September 15th.
September 15th. Thank you. Sorry. All those in favor of deferring to September 15th, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. LL3 is deferred. We're going to go back to the other items that are on the floor, which is L3, LL1, LL2, and LL4. With that, I have Ms. Al-Hadaf.
Thank you. My question's on L3. On the bottom of page, the executive summary, the first page, it has the different student ratios, but this is prior to COVID-19, but then it doesn't say or state what the ratios would be now with COVID-19.
Through the chair, Dr. Gavlin, do you?
Yes, Ms. Aladaf, thank you so much for your question. It would depend upon the room size based on the capacity of each room. So it would change. We don't know, but we know that that would be the maximum ratio that we currently provide. So if the room was larger than we could handle for a teacher 1 to 20, and let's say the room could handle 25, there would have to be 2. We would not want to do that. We want to keep it at those ratios. But typically, according to social distancing, I'm sorry, physical distancing, not social, but physical distancing, the size of the rooms will determine the size of the group. And the average size, according to prior board meetings and workshops, it was about 1 to 14 as the average. Does that answer? That helps you?
Okay, and is that
I couldn't hear you.
keeping 6 feet distance?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And then my other question is, I don't see anywhere in the document talking about giving teachers and staff members a 10% discount that was discussed at a workshop.
They receive a 5%, Ms. Aladaf.
Oh, 5%?
Yes, and it is a part of the documents that we currently have.
Okay, I think I see it now.
Third to last paragraph on the executive summary.
Okay, thank you.
Thank
That's
you,
all my
Ms.
questions.
Thank you. I don't have any other hands up. I do have one comment that I wanted to share. I spoke to Ms. Marte about this before. I certainly understand the need for an increase. My thought is something a little maybe outside the box. This is a 32% increase on an hourly basis, right? So this is a pretty significant, for those parents who are paying full price, this is going to be a significant impact. And many of our families are either working potentially less hours at their jobs or maybe making less money if they're anything related to commissions or tips, those types of things. So in a period in which individuals are making less money, we are in essence going to be charging them more money. And I understand why. So I'm not challenging the fact that we have to have a balance. I guess my question is it possible for part of that balance to be something that the district absorbs in the sense that we modify what our percentage of collection is out of that fee, right? The schools get 10% and then the general fund gets 5%. And I know that there is some cost associated with that in providing these. If we could all mute our microphones, that would be great. Somebody has a very happy dog. So I guess my thought is it possible that we potentially reduce some of our holdback so that we don't pass along so much of the increase to the parent? Does that make sense? In other words, of the three, if we stay with this amount that we're talking about, can we increase it to 350, but not necessarily, or I'm sorry, it wouldn't be increased to 350. It would be increased to slightly less than 350, but we would hold back less money so that the provider is actually getting more money. Does that make sense?
Yes, good afternoon, Ms. Corn, Ms. Marte. It makes perfect sense. The conundrum or the issue that we have is we are strictly prohibited to any amount of FEFP funds to support aftercare programs. It's specifically in state statute. So when we looked at this with the team, we tried as much as we could to keep that cost down. So in order to achieve what you're looking for us to do, we would have to revisit the central office staff that supports the program and potentially make reductions there to change that percentage that we hold for that. We certainly can do that, Ms. Corn. And we also look to relief as soon as we can. As soon as some of the conditions get better, we'd immediately reduce those additional charges. Completely understand. My own daughter's impacted, not in our schools, but it's because of COVID. And it's very hard for young families or any families to absorb some of these costs. And we did everything we could to avoid it, but we cannot use money that is not generated by the program. We did with everything that was available last year, and the board remembers, and I certainly want the public to remember, the board voted to keep those staff employed while we weren't generating any revenue, which was a significant cost to the carryover. Certainly relook at that, Ms. Corn.
If I may, Ms. Corn, Madam Chair.
Yes.
I just wanted to add that, working with Ms. Marte and her team, we were able to only increase it at a very bare minimum. Both our counties to the south and to the north of us are planning to charge $5 an hour. So we are still significantly cheaper.
Listen, I'm glad you said that publicly, because obviously it's in our backup and it's not something that we've stated. So I fully appreciate that. I don't want you to think my questions are that we haven't worked hard to make this as minimal of an impact as possible. At the same time, a 32% increase is a 32% increase. And just because my neighbor got a 50% increase doesn't lessen my impact when I'm trying to pay my bills at the end of the month. So I love that we have worked this hard. My question is then, especially with Ms. Marte's feedback, is there a way, even if we can somehow find, of the 15%, if there's a way we can find 5% of that we can do? And if you tell me there isn't, then there isn't. But if we only increase 27% to our families instead of 32%, that's still savings hour after hour, right? I mean, so that's something day after day, 5 days a week, week after week. So I guess what I would, and I know you all have done homework, so if you tell me you've already gone down this path as much as you possibly can, then I will tell you that I'm not going to not support it. But that's where I looked at this and said, is there a way that we can absorb some of this by holding back less, so we charge less to the families and the end provider still gets the increase they need?
So through Ms. Corn,
yes.
Judith Marte, Chief Financial Officer. I've looked at this many times with my staff and with Dr. Corn, and quite frankly, they had to push me to the 350. I don't want to give you that answer, but that's it. I am concerned that we're barely going to make it at that, but absolutely acknowledge it's a significant increase. So I used my best judgment to get to the best place I thought we could. Now, if there is a way, and I'll look at it, and again, Becky and I and her team looked at this an awful lot this summer. Dr. Gavlin provided us with tons of data. I really think that it's the best we can do. I'm sorry that's the answer, but it is.
Okay. And I think this is important enough for us to challenge it so the public can hear why we are where we are, and that we have made significant efforts to minimize this. As much as we know a 32% increase is not going to feel like a minimal increase to anyone. But I think we can all acknowledge that. With that said, the other thing that I can't support is that this does not have an end date. For me, this has to come back. The temporary has to have a time frame. You can come back to us and say, listen, we're still here. We're still in this place. We still need to have this. But I'm not okay with this just being open-ended. I need there to be a point in which it comes back to us and we either acknowledge that it needs to stay in place. We get some information from our providers and find out, that there needs to be some adjustment. But I'm not okay to support it without there being an end date. Reasonably, to me, I guess my thought was that this would be for maybe 4 months. It takes us 1 quarter, but I would look for staff to give some feedback, or from my colleagues to weigh in on how they feel about that.
Rupert?
Yes, Ms. Rupert?
I wholeheartedly support what you're saying, and any way that we can do it, I'd certainly be on board for that.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Bartleman?
Same thing, that I wanted to make sure there was an end date, and they assured me verbally there would be, but I'm also putting it in writing, so that's no problem. I'll support your motion.
Okay, thank you. So my thought was it be at 3 months, but I think that's, I have a tendency to want to be advantageous about how quickly we're going to be able to find our way, past some of this struggle of COVID. So the reason I'm saying 4 months is it may be more realistic. My preference would be 3 months. Can staff tell me what they think is a better direction to go?
If I may, I think 4 months would bring us to the winter break and would be a good point where we would have a pause in the program to make sure the data is gathered correctly and we come forward with an informed recommendation. We'd have some time there where there's a pause. I think that was a really good point.
And so if I could pass the gavel to Dr. Osgood.
Ms. Corn, would you like me to just make the motion?
Sure.
Okay.
My intent was to do it, I guess, through December 31st, if that would be appropriate.
Okay. I make a motion that we revisit this December 31st.
Second, Rupert.
So Dr. Osgood made the motion that this would be effective through December 31st. It was seconded by Ms. Rupert. Discussion, I will tell you that my intent is it would come back to us prior to that, obviously, because it would be with it expiring then. So I'm not sure when you'd bring it back based on the calendar, but I appreciate that, Dr. Osgood. Are there any other comments? I don't see any hands up. With that, all those in favor of the amendment, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed say no. The amendment passes. Now we're going back to the larger motion, to the larger group, which is L3, LL1, LL2, and LL4. Are there any additional comments? All those in favor of L3 as amended, plus LL1, LL2, and LL4, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. L3, LL1, LL2, LL4 have been passed unanimously. L3 was amended. And with that, it appears we have now disposed of the agenda. We are going to now stop and take public speakers as we have ended slightly earlier than we normally would have. Give me just 1 second. Sorry, I apologize. At this time, we will hear from our speakers. Each speaker will be allowed 3 minutes. Speakers are reminded to address matters of relevance to the public education and demonstrate proper decorum. No heckling, shouting, comments from the audience, verbal outbursts, or other disruptive behavior shall be permitted. In addition, speakers are to demonstrate proper decorum and model the district's 8 character traits: cooperation, responsibility, citizenship, kindness, respect, honesty, self-control, and tolerance. And with that, I will hand this over to, I guess, Juan over at the KCW building.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. The first speaker that we have on the list is Mr. Kenny Minshew. And we're going to also be attempting to broadcast the timer. Madam Chair, can you see the time?
I can, yes, thank you.
All right, perfect.
Great. Good afternoon, Kenny Minshew, Broward Teachers Union. How you ladies doing? I'll be donating my time to David Fleischer.
Thank you.
Juan, can you adjust the time to 6 minutes, please?
Can we check my sound? Can you hear me? We're good?
Yep, we're pretty good.
Thank you. The truth matters, and individuals are accountable for what they say and what they do. These words, spoken by Ms. Heather Brinkworth at the August 4th, 2020 board meeting, embody the backbone of ethical, responsible, and well-run organizations. After hundreds of hours over the course of 3 years, I am here today because the school district and the school board have failed to follow these words, and in doing so, have neglected and abandoned their duties, obligations, and promises to Broward County. While an employee at Everglades High School, under the leadership of Principal Hala Darbar, I witnessed and reported countless violations, all of which have purposefully and intentionally remained unresolved by the district and the board. I allege that Principal Darbar has overseen monies that have been taken from teachers and students, all in violation of well-established Broward County School Board policies that at best total hundreds of thousands of dollars, but are likely well over $1 million. Principal Darbar knowingly, intentionally, and repeatedly broke the collective bargaining agreement, Article 6, General Employment Practices, Section D from 2012 to 19, by refusing to compensate teachers for covering classes, despite the fact that such coverages were still occurring. Specifically, there are no records that any teacher was compensated for covering a single class during this time period. Principal Darbar took advantage of and abused her position of power.
Please stop the clock? Thank you. For one moment, Ms. Myrick.
Yes, Mrs. Good.
Ms. Myrick, in terms of our policy on our public meetings and the specific references to specific individuals, I just need to make sure that this discussion as it's being stated is not in violation. It's been called to my attention in the past that
Yes, it states that
I'm saying names, but she never stops the parents from calling out educators.
this is not the time in which the public is supposed to be speaking to interrupt. That is also something I specifically stated in my first comments. So I'm going to ask that Ms. Myrick have an opportunity to please address this as it has been brought to my attention. Ms. Myrick, if you can just let me know so that I can carry on the meeting appropriately per the board policy that all of our board members have voted on and supported. Thank you.
Speakers are, we're talking about policy 1100A, and speakers should direct their remarks to the chair only, and they are to refrain from calling out individual employees. This is not the place to air individual employee grievances because the other employee is not here to be able to defend themselves or to talk about it. So the gentleman speaking before us should refrain from using anybody's name regarding what he is commenting about.
Okay, thank you. If I would, to our speaker, in order to be in accordance with policy 1100A, thank you very much.
Sorry, so for clarification purposes, am I allowed to state positions and just not names?
That's correct.
Okay, we'll do that as well then. Okay. All right, so can I continue? All right, thank you.
Yes, thank you.
I believe I left off saying that the principal at Everglades High School has taken hundreds of thousands of dollars from the pockets of teachers. Further, the principal took advantage of and abused her position of power over her students. She acknowledged and encouraged the illegal selling of food to students on campus from several locations with no proper bookkeeping. These students paraded through the halls in search of food throughout the day, and in doing so were missing valuable instruction time and putting their safety at risk while disturbing and undermining the entire school's teaching environment and purpose. The following individuals were personally aware of or were notified by me of these allegations: the assistant principals at Everglades High School, the principal of the high school, district employee and labor relations attorney, cadre director for that school, the school performance and accountability director, the school performance and accountability chief officer, chief of human resources, superintendent, and the entire school board. I followed the chain of command and notified the appropriate individuals who are tasked with protecting the well-being of students, employees, and furthering the instructional mission of Broward County. These aforementioned individuals have collectively failed to uphold the contracts, ethics, morals, values, and principles and laws required of their positions, including but not limited to the Sunshine Amendment, Rule 6A-10.081 of the Florida Administrative Code, and Florida Statute 1012. I fought to find a mutually beneficial solution to my concerns. I have countless times attempted to speak to individuals in person or on the phone regarding my concerns. Every time I was directed to a different department and provided with the same three responses: talk to someone else, we can't help you, or there's nothing to investigate. I made phone calls and wrote emails to individuals in the school performance and accountability department, which did not even merit a reply. After begging for investigations, I was told that these incidents do not merit investigation and that there is no evidence. On July 14th, the cadre director over Everglades told me that these allegations were discussed and addressed with the principal at Everglades. Most recently, on August 25th, school performance and accountability director told me that all of these issues have been addressed and resolved. These matters are not addressed, these matters are not resolved, and it is naive and disingenuous to suggest otherwise. I provided the district with evidence from the Public Records Department proving, without a doubt, that teachers have not been compensated and are owed hundreds of thousands of dollars for their work. Clearly, the grievance procedure of the district and the power structure established therein is broken, as it has provided teachers with no recourse and the district with no incentive to act in good faith regarding any of these allegations. The public and the employees of the district deserve to know the triviality and hypocrisy with which investigations are conducted. They deserve to know why the district thoroughly investigates an alleged theft of an $80 microwave and discusses it at length during the June 23rd school board meeting, while ignoring an allegation that hundreds of thousands of dollars was solicited from students inappropriately. The public and employees of the district deserve an explanation as to how the district can conduct a thorough investigation and publicly litigate for hours during the June 23rd board meeting a consensual relationship between employees, but then refuse to sufficiently investigate and discuss how a principal abused her authority and relationship with her teachers costing them hundreds of thousands of dollars. The public deserves to see a deliberation by the school board of the investigation and processes therein, to learn all the facts surrounding the allegations and to understand the precedents that are and are not being followed and set. Justice needs to be served by holding all individuals involved in the conduct and the subsequent investigations accountable for their actions or lack thereof. Teachers are owed hundreds of thousands of dollars. The safety and well-being of students and staff were compromised, and the educational mission of the school was disregarded. I guess I can't say names. So as a board member said during a July 21st school board meeting, there is need for accountability for administration, especially when there is a pattern of unacceptable behavior. And as another board member said during an August 4th board meeting, you are moral leaders. It turns out what we do reveals what we truly believe, no matter the public proclamations of our commitments.
Thank you, Mr. Fleischer, for giving us pause and allowing us to follow 1100A. Thank you for your comments. Do we have other speakers?
Yes, Madam Chair. The next speaker I have listed is Ms. Terry Lopez Preuss.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Terry Lopez Preuss, and I'm giving my time to Anna Fusco. Yep.
Thank you.
So good afternoon. Anna Fusco, as a Broward County citizen, taxpayer, voter for board members. And I wasn't going to speak in public speaker, but when I saw again the disgusting display that our elected leaders do, you pick and choose who gets to talk overtime. You pick and choose who gets to say names. I personally sit in this building every single week, so I can give my time to speak on behalf of the 18,000 bargaining members as the union president, as an educated Broward County Public Schools, because of the way you hold the team's content. And I see how certain people get to speak freely, bash people freely, and you allow it. We have a citizen speaking. He mentioned public figure names. We are all public educators. When parents mention teacher names, I do not see you, Donna Korn, shut them down. As a matter of fact, I watch you encourage it. And it's also disgusting to see board members continue to attack fellow board members. As I've asked for years, why don't you do the job that you're elected to do and take care of business? Patty Good attacking Robin Bartleman. Shame on you. Yes, I said her name. She's
Ms.
an elected
Fusco,
official.
I understand.
She chose to be a
Ms.
public
Fusco,
servant.
stop, please.
You're a public
Pause for a
servant.
second. Pause
You
the clock.
represent the public. And I
Ms.
know I got
Fusco,
shut down.
But I'm going to tell you, I stopped the
Yeah,
clock.
they shut me down. But
No,
she didn't shut down
we
someone
didn't
else.
shut
Put me on my
anything
Facebook
down.
Live.
Ms.
They
Fusco,
didn't
we
shut
can
down
still
the
hear you.
parent that talked
Ms.
disgusting
Fusco,
about
we
school.
can hear you.
You can't
Stop.
hear me. I was shut down.
We can hear you, and the
Public can't hear me.
clock is done so that
Well,
you
good.
have
I'm
not
glad they can
any
hear me,
time.
Donna,
Please
because
mute
it is
the
despicable
Mute
that I have to sit here and
speaker
beg for
now.
you to do a closed door,
I
a
need
closed
you
door
to
to
please
service
mute
your
the
teachers.
speaker. Thank you. Now, what I will share is we have not lost any time for Ms. Fusco, and Ms. Fusco is going to have her microphone back, but I cannot have a yelling war with her. She has every opportunity to share whatever comments she would like to share, but we are going to abide by the policy. So if we can't be respectful, then we're not going to have this continue. So we're going to go back to policy 1100A, as I rely on at all times. Ms. Fusco, you have 4 minutes and 22 seconds.
I can't hear you. I couldn't hear you before. I heard you when I said, when you had 4 minutes and 22 seconds. So I just hate to say this again. It would be nice if the school board would show up to board meetings and conduct business. Our teachers show up to work and conduct business. We can't get things done in a timely manner because we watch you guys squabble and catfight. People want to speak about things that are not getting done, and it's not heard because you want to squabble and catfight. Things get thrown on deaf ear. You don't know what's going on. You're not in the know. You don't want to get involved in everyday operations. And then when it hits the fan is then you want to act, oh my, I didn't know, because you're busy squabbling and catfighting. We should have already had the referendum done. People should know what their salary is going to be for this school year. We are rolling into September. They will not know what will be going forward, I will predict, until October, which is despicable. I just would like to know, and of course you're not going to answer me here, why do you guys continue to pick and choose who to shut down, who to allow to speak freely, who to not speak freely? When you decide you're going to conduct proper business, when you're going to squabble and catfight like the angry women you are. I am extremely bothered by it, and I speak on behalf of the employees of Broward County Public Schools, who now are walking on edge. Will they be forced to go back into the school sites face to face because we need to appease certain people? And there is no plan. Do you realize that? There is no plan. I had a friend die of COVID-19. It is real. It is not a conspiracy. It is not a political tactic. It is a real disease, virus that kills people. And our teachers are unknown. Will we have to go back in face to face and understand what we need to do? These are the things you 9 should be doing. Your council, Byra Myrick, should be guiding you to direct you to do what's good of the Broward County community. Not sit here and watch you guys squabble and catfight every single meeting. And I have to physically show up to the KCW to be heard. It is just getting exhausting continuously to watch over and over and over again, where frustration levels are at its end. You say you care about the social emotional component of students, the social emotional component of employees. Stop saying it and show it. You chose to be elected officials. You stand up there saying, I got this, I want to do it. Well, do it. You're the leaders. Lead. Direct Mr. Runcie. Direct chiefs. Direct cadres. Direct directors to get us on a path on having a solid plan on opening schools when the time comes in a safe manner. The teachers deserve it, the parents deserve it, and the students deserve it. And right now, we're still working through kinks to understand Teams and Canvas and how to communicate through our cameras on Lenovo's that continuously shut down. Why teachers have to use a student computer. Why students have to wait 2 weeks to get a computer. Do you realize that is going on? Because I don't hear you discussing it. Those are the needs of Broward County Public Schools right now. That is what you should be focusing on. School board members have a right to find out what's going on in the community. They know their roles. Most of you do, I should say. The ones that choose to want to come and bicker, you should be embarrassed. We've been asking for business to get done for months, and we have to continue to wait to understand referendum, to understand an MOU to get ready, how we're going to open up schools on a pilot program, and how we're going to open up schools solid for five-day face-to-face. That's what you all need to do.
Thank you. Juan, do we have any other public speakers?
No, Madam Chair, that concludes the speakers for this evening.
Thank you very much. Mr. Mookwan, do we have any written oh, I'm sorry, Dr. Neesmith, do we have any written comments?
Madam Chair, the written comments submitted for public speakers.
Okay, thank you very much. With that, we have actually now handled all of the business for the operational meeting. For today's school board meeting, all has been completed, and therefore, seeing no further obligation, I now adjourn this meeting. Thank you all very much. Have a great afternoon.
Ms. Korn?
Yes.
When are we back?
At the end of the board meeting, we're allowed to ask a comment, correct?
Ms. Bartleman, please ask, what would you like?
Okay, I'm sorry. So I got a text message, which I sent to Public Records, that there was a concern that the teachers, and if it's a collective bargaining issue, don't answer it, but we do need to be clear, that there was a concern that the next paycheck for teachers was going to be less money than they're used to getting. If that's true, no matter what the reason, people in our district work paycheck to paycheck. So how are we going to notify them of this? Because that's going to create a hardship. So is there anyone who can answer that at this time? Is it true? Because I don't want people to panic.
Ms. Marte, can you address the question, please?
Madam Chair, I believe that Mr. Strauss and the bargaining team have more information than I do at this point. If I may,
Okay.
that's quite all right, ma'am. I don't have all of the details because it's part of the negotiation, and I don't want to speak to something that I perhaps shouldn't speak
And
to.
I don't sign negotiations. I just want teachers to be aware of what's coming, if it's coming, because they're all kind of panicked. Okay.
Yeah,
go
no,
ahead.
that's what we're getting to, Ms. Bartleman. Mr. Strauss, are you able to address her question?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Ms. Bartleman, for the question. Once again, Alan Strauss, Chief HR and Equity Officer. To your question, teachers have additional referendum supplement in their pay from last year. Moving into this year, the union is asked to renegotiate. So therefore, we were advised to and asked to remove the supplement until the negotiated amounts were agreed upon, ratified, and implemented. This would, if we did not do that and we did not pull back, there would be, depending on the amounts that are agreed upon, there are some that might have to, have an overage of money and have to, return some funds. So we did not want that. We wanted to make sure that the amounts that they are due, they are given properly. This will also result in, once amounts are agreed upon, it would be a situation where those individuals would receive retro for any that they're missed.
So asked by who to stop the payments? You said you were asked by someone. Asked by who?
Once again, when the union was asked to go ahead and renegotiate the referendum dollars in discussion with our council, who's, Doug Griffin, as well as their counsel, which is Mark Richards, in that discussion, it was asked to stop the payments to them until we have an agreed upon amount. Initially, there was discussion of continuing the payments, but then seeing that it would potentially create situations where there might be an overage or an underage, depending on what the agreed upon amounts would be, it was asked to do so.
Okay, so we have like thousands of teachers that are going to get their direct deposit and be like, what the heck is this? Was there any thought to sending out a memo explaining what was going on and why, for some people, a substantial amount of their income is going to be missing? I mean, we have to be proactive on this. If this is happening, just imagine the flood of calls and emails we're going to get from every employee of this district whose paycheck is going to be shorted. So was there any thought to being proactive and address, even though your excuse is your excuse, I'm not changing it, it's collective bargaining, I don't want to violate it, but that information is very necessary.
Well, I would not say that's an excuse necessarily. That's just what occurred. I would also say that we did try to have a closed door session today to receive direction from the board. And since, as was stated earlier, that's going to get moved to next week, we were going to put out some information following today, which would have been today's closed door session.
That is very unacceptable to me because people, these are our employees, and whatever the reason, I'm very upset about how this is handled. I'm very upset that I had to hear it from someone outside of the school district that this was going to occur, outside of the team that works within the school district. I'm upset that we're not letting teachers know. We have no options as a board now. I don't know when the paychecks post, but I cannot express in words how upset I am for the employees right now. Thank you.
So if I could, Ms. Marte, maybe you can help with this. And I don't know if this has to go to the negotiation team, but in terms of impacting, is there a way that everyone can be held harmless through this next paycheck? And they would either have to, if theirs was reduced, it would go down, or if it was increased, they would get retro. Can they not be held harmless for one paycheck?
Madam Chair, I was instructed by the bargaining team not to include referendum supplements in this paycheck, and unfortunately, the checks ran last evening.
So if we had had a closed door session today, would that have impacted that?
I don't think I could have done anything that fast, Madam Chair. No.
Okay, so the lack of a closed door meeting, I just want clarity. The lack
From
of
my end had no impact, ma'am.
Okay, so the paychecks were already established, not impacted by closed door. So do my colleagues all understand that clearly before I go to the next? Anyone have a question about that?
Wait, I do.
Yes, Ms. Bartleman.
So if we had had a closed door, it wouldn't have mattered because there wasn't enough time. Is that what I'm hearing?
There wouldn't have been from payroll's end, ma'am. There wouldn't have been.
Okay.
We have to get the ACH transfers, union and stuff. And if payroll wasn't run last night, it was run this morning. I wouldn't have had enough time to reprogram and test to make sure the checks were right. So for my.
What day did they tell you to program the checks to take it out, though?
What day was I informed by the bargaining team? Week.
But I wasn't informed as a board member. Okay, that's all I.
Okay, so I'm going to go back. So, and it was the bargaining team, which means, is that both sides of the bargaining, like the entire bargaining team, or just the district's bargaining team?
No, I was informed by both sides. I received an email that it was in concurrence with my, Attorney Richards and our attorney to do this.
Okay, Ms. Myrick, can you please confirm that was both parties' direction regarding the next paycheck that was has just been cut?
I need to confirm that with Doug, but that was my understanding, but I will reconfirm that this initially came up because the union, as Mr. Strauss said, the union wanted to renegotiate the amount of money, the referendum money, and how it gets distributed. And we can, just for you to know, legally, we can't give money. And then if we give somebody too much money, we can't take it out the next pay period. We have to ask for them to pay us back.
Okay.
And if
Understood.
they don't pay us back, that's why I know Judith has been working with Alan and everybody on the new payroll processes, because we have had so many overpayments over the years.
Okay.
And we don't get the money back. Yes. But
Thank
I
you.
will confirm with Doug.
So if you can please reach out to Doug in case you're able to speak with him before we close this conversation. Regarding our closed door for next Tuesday, if we had a closed door prior to next Tuesday, would that put us at any advantage for a following paycheck? Or is next Tuesday the same as if we met in 2 days, giving us enough time, let's say, to notice it?
So teachers get paid every other week. So next Tuesday is enough for me to react to the board's will. And,
Got it.
And again,
Okay, so,
Ms. Korn, I want to just be clear. I don't know what the process after the board gives the negotiating team direction, what the union's response is to that. So that might be a extra time, which I think is what Ms. Fusco was concerned about.
Okay.
As far as if the board's direction on Tuesday can be agreed to in some form by the union by Wednesday or Thursday or even Friday, that would give me enough time to make the adjustment.
Okay, so then I guess back to Mr. Strauss. If the board meets on Tuesday of next week, do you have enough time to have a bargaining meeting to be able to make a determination? And I'm not saying you will make one, because how quickly you all move is determined by everyone at the table. But would you potentially have enough time to be able to give Ms. Marte direction for at least the next paycheck?
based off of that information, if we have closed door next Tuesday, and then we were to go back and even if we were to settle on some form of agreement, it still needs to go for ratification to the membership. So I think it, Ms. Myrick, this to you, I think it needs to be ratified first before we could implement, correct, Ms. Myrick?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, so then what I'm trying to accomplish with this conversation, which I know sounds like it's being belabored, but it's really not, is trying to determine, would it make a difference if we as a board, what do we have to give, 48 hours notice if we're going to have a closed door, or can we have less notice, Ms. Myrick?
You don't have to advertise a closed door at all.
Okay.
Closed doors do not have to be advertised. You can have one anytime you want to.
If we accomplished a closed door this week, and I would have to be able to get enough of my colleagues to have a quorum to be able to come and have a closed door. But if we had a closed door this week, would that then give you enough time potentially to get this through and to get a ratification vote out?
If we were to do it this week, I think it would be cutting it close. I believe we might be able to do it. I don't want to make a guaranteed promise just because, there's a lot of things, because to do the ratification like we did last time, which was through an electronic process, usually that's a, couple day process of voting just alone, let alone getting it set up and everything. And then also, still coming to agreement with the union to confirm.
Okay,
so
this is what I
the
would
answer
like to
is potentially yes.
What I would like to do is I would like to get the board's closed door out of the way as quickly as possible to allow the rest of the process as much time as possible. So as soon as this meeting is over, to my colleagues, we will be circulating to see when is the earliest that I can get a physical quorum so we can have a closed door. We will only be looking for a quorum. So understand that if you're not able to attend, the critical aspect here is going to be as soon as possible, not as many people as possible. So we are going to look for a quorum as quickly as possible to get a closed door so we can address this specific topic. Unless any of my colleagues have a problem with me taking that direction as chair, that's what we will be doing right after this meeting. Okay, Ms. Myrick?
Yes, I spoke with Doug and he shared with me that the union brought this up and he advised the union not to delay the payments. And he advised our school district the district, our bargaining people, that we should not be delaying the payments. And the union came back and said they wanted to renegotiate because it says they can renegotiate every year. And it was the union's decision to stop the payments until we get this renegotiated.
Okay, and they have every right to do that. So, we're not going to question it. That's totally in their purview. If it's renegotiated, they have an additional benefit of dollars, then their members will get those dollars. So that's not an issue. I'm going to go to my colleagues. Please, let's try to speak very specific to what's here and not expand the conversation. I have Ms. Oladev.
Mine was on something else, Ms. Korn.
Okay, Dr. Osgood?
Yes. I'm listening and we have people that already make barely any money. And when it's not people's money or they can get by, it doesn't seem to be urgency. I don't understand why this couldn't be done over the summer. I don't understand now. I'm sitting here today being blamed for somebody not having their supplement in their check, whatever amount it is, because this didn't get taken care of over the summer. It's just ridiculous on both parts. Whoever was negotiating, this should have been taken care of. And if there was a problem, the board should have been notified. Because at the end of the day, we get blamed for it. And if I'm with my 3 children and I'm depending on my $1,200 check, and now I'm only going to get $900, it's going to be major for me. So when we have things like this, we got to find a way to get them done where they don't impact poor people that work for us and their babies and their children. I'm not trying to blame. I don't know where to throw the blame, because what we're going to get now It's their line, their line, their line, their line. But as a board member, I'm going to get blamed for this. So going forward with negotiations or whatever we're doing, we need to have some clear communication with every step along the way, and it needs to be very transparent as much as it can, especially when it's going to interrupt or lessen somebody's amount of money that they're going to get paid. Because I feel really bad here today getting this dropped in my lap when all these decisions was made around us, but we're getting blamed for it, getting yelled at for it, and it's ridiculous. And by the way, I know how many of my schools need computers because I'm in my schools and I'm in touch with my principals. So just as my other colleagues are. But this is just ridiculous. Some of these fights, they don't have to be. If we just look at it from a humanistic perspective and we make it an urgency to get it done, especially if it's going to impact somebody's money. We're in COVID-19. Everybody already stressed out. It's enough burdens going on. But we get into these cat fights, these power, these struggles, and then the people that work for us, the poor people, the ESPs, the TSPs, all those people who now are not going to have their money or going to have less of their money. They might get less anyway, but at least it wouldn't be on our lap in the way that it is today. So this process is unacceptable to me. And every time we start going through these negotiations, we end up with an end result where the board gets blamed for something that we didn't make decisions about. And I'm tired of it.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Osgood. I have Ms. Rupert.
Madam Chair, I want to be clear on what the conversation needs to be. You're taking it for pertaining to what exactly?
So where you were going to be looking, we had a discussion as a board that we did not want to have closed doors virtually. We were going to have them in person. And so that is why they were canceled for today and moved to next Tuesday. So everyone would have an opportunity to come in person.
Okay.
We
I
can
speak on that, right?
So yes, we would all be potentially, I'm looking to see when I can get a quorum at the building. It's closed doors, so we don't have to worry about Beacon and all of the issues that we're having. We can social distance ourselves in the boardroom for a closed door.
Got it. I cannot make that. I cannot make anything in person, so I don't know how I'm going to effectively be able to do that unless it's called Barbara Myrick on the phone. I don't know. But if I could be there, I would, but I cannot. Doctor's orders. So just quickly on the end of the day here, I got to say the communication to we board members is just getting worse over time. It's not getting better. It seems that somehow we're being left off mail lists or there's no checkbox with who is on the board because we get completely omitted out of the incredibly important things that we need to do for this district. And I absolutely respect Dr. Osgood's anger on this issue. We're all angry. These are people's lives. And I'm not going to belabor the point, but I find this extremely troubling. And the communication, I'll say it one more time, to us, for us, that pertains to our duties as elected board members, we're being usurped at this moment. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rupert. Ms. Solideff, is this now on this topic or it's still for the other topic?
Well, I'd like to just say that for this topic, I will be available to come into the Casey Wright building to help with the quorum at any time.
Thank you. Okay, so we will reach around. We need 5 board members. I will be available. Ms. Solideff will be available, and we will determine how quickly we can get everyone else available, give the teams enough time to give them all of the opportunity for the rights that they have to be able to negotiate this and ensure that we can get these paychecks addressed as quickly as possible. With that, is there any other, Ms. Solideff, I think there was a different topic you wanted to say something about.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So after the last school board meeting, I was reflecting on something that Ms. Brinkworth brought up regarding the strategic plan annual outcomes report. And as the more I thought about it, the more I felt that it was definitely important for us as a board to have this strategic plan annual outcomes report before we do Mr. Runcie's evaluation. So I just wanted to, I know the conversation didn't really continue. And the more I thought about it, the more important I thought it was. So I wanted to bring it up.
I concur.
Mr. Moquin?
Yeah, Mr. Woods and I had a brief communication back and forth around the timing, and I shared with him the guidelines for the superintendent's evaluation in terms of not being due back to the chief of staff's office until later in September in order to provide opportunities for the board members to have their one-on-one meetings with the superintendent and discuss their evaluations with him. So I would just ask Mr. Woods, if he's still on the call, when do they believe that report would be finalized and available to board members to potentially use as part of their consideration in the evaluation?
Yep, so Maurice Woods is here. I'm on the call. I believe you all can hear me. So traditionally, we produce a report at the end of September or October. We are still looking at that potential timeline. In my recent conversations with Dr. Posner or Sim, I think we're trying to expedite that. Again, it will be late September at the earliest, but we will do whatever we can to accommodate the board's request.
Thank you. Thank you for that. Lots of hands up now. So is this for different topics, Ms.
Yes.
Rupert?
Yes. Mine is about the service dog for Coconut Creek. Have we assigned a workshop for it yet?
Yes, it's on I believe it's the 22nd to the 22nd or the 29th of September.
Well, that's a difference. Which one?
I believe it's going to be the 29th now because, as Mr. Runcie mentioned in his board report, that we're looking to have a workshop dedicated to potentially moving to a different phase in the reopening of schools on the 22nd.
Okay, I appreciate that, Mr. Milquin. I got to tell you though, if it gets bumped and we don't have it then, I'm going to be really incredibly unhappy. And that's putting it mildly. So thank you.
Okay, so I now have Miss Bartleman.
Yes, on the workshop agenda, Jeff, I got a question about why the workshop was canceled for next week, but we have a lot of agenda items, including like the dog one. So why didn't we have a workshop? Can you explain?
Because there were no items that were prepared to go. There were no items that were ready.
Okay. All right. And then I also, this is a follow-up. It's my understanding that and this is a follow-up for Mr. Strauss, since this is out there and I don't think it's fair, like some of the stuff that was said. It's my understanding that the referendum dollars have been discussed and settled and they're just waiting for us as a board. Is that correct?
Well, there's been meetings, negotiations to discuss it. It is for us to bring back to get direction from the board, and then for us to bring back that direction, and then potentially they would come to agreement on that.
So like we're very close to agreement.
Yes.
Okay. All right. And then when the other concern I've received is that they asked in June to begin this. And
so just
weeks ago,
so
that
just
right,
just to be clear, Ms. Marte can speak to this as well, Ms. Bartleman. The funding that the referendums come from do not even come available, I believe, until mid-July. I think the date's 17th, 19th. Ms. Marte could correct me on that. So that's the first time that we even have the dollar amounts to even start negotiating. And subsequent at the same time, obviously, we're also working on the MOU in regards to opening schools with e-learning and having those discussions, which obviously took precedent. And we had, once we completed those, we immediately got into the referendum and House bill discussions.
And when did that start? 2 weeks ago?
Probably right about 2 weeks ago. I'm just off the top of my head.
No, I know that people are going to be frustrated when they ask to negotiate this sooner, and we didn't, because for whatever reason they could have been negotiated simultaneously. So because it's a priority issue, and I understand why we did it this way, because we want to give people the right amount, and we want to make sure people get what they deserve, and we want to give them the more money that they may be entitled to right now. So I totally get this. I just wish the timeline had been different and we had acted more quickly and had the closed door, which would have handled all of this, especially since basically at the table you guys have agreed to it. I want to thank Ms. Korn for digging into this and trying to figure out what happened and trying to fix it as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Osgood.
You're on mute, Dr. Osgood.
I would have at least liked to have had a discussion about doing it simultaneously, but I want to be balanced in my comments today. When I watch the TV and I see what's going on around us with the opening of schools, I would be remiss if I did not commend staff that we're not in that position. You guys worked really hard. You did a good job getting us started for the first day of school. We had some minor glitches and things, but it was not something that was overbearing like we're seeing play out on the news. So I want to say that, you know, I personally appreciate the hard work of the staff and all that you do, but I am very frustrated when I have to sit in here that somebody's not going to have their money. And I think on both parts, if we know that we have certain dates that things happen, it's just like we do projects. We set a timeline and we work backwards to give ourselves time to meet those timelines, and we talk about them openly. I feel like a lot of the times the staff takes this on. It is your role, but sometimes if we practice collective expertise or just talking to public about the timeline and what's going on, then we could make different decisions if we need to have earlier closed doors or whatever, just like Ms. Korn is doing now. But I didn't want to leave today without commending the staff for what you did, that we started school in a grand style. Many of the things that we're doing, we're getting calls and people are asking us. I have, you know, sorority sisters in other places asking us, what did we do? How do we do this? What is e-learning like? So I want it to be balanced, where I also commend you and celebrate you for the good job that you did do with us opening schools.
Thank you, Dr. Osgood. Mr. Moquin, do you have your hand up again, or did you just decide to keep your hand up?
I just wanted to make comment before you close the meeting. Well, I can just say, I just wanted to remind the board that the DEFP hearing is tonight at 5:30, and there's a separate Teams meeting established for that. That's all I wanted to remind the board.
Okay, thank you. If everyone can please work with their calendars and get back to us as quickly as possible. When I say us, I mean specifically Mr. Moquin.
Yes, this board is already calling as we speak.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. So at this time, we will now adjourn the meeting. Thank you all so very much. Have a great afternoon. Bye.